A court of fairies and fiction. Akafath Girls Podcast. Hosts Nell and Liv. Season 2, Episode 8. The Story of Us looks a lot like a tragedy now.
Okay, hello everybody.
We're back.
We're back. I was going over episode 7. I accidentally called it episode 6 on the Instagram when I was at work because I was busy and I was like, got something out there. But I made so many notes.
From our episode 7.
I feel like I make notes based on what we say because I think of more to follow up with. And I was like, why the fuck didn't we say that while we were discussing it?
I love it. I love that so much.
But I also wanted to show you guys, I got some more samples of some designs for my Etsy shop.
Woo, woo!
And this
Let's see
one
it.
is High Lord Tamlin Defense Team.
I love that. That's cute. I love that.
I have a bunch more. I have like a Gwynriel one. I have an Eris one. I have like a
It's so
ton
cute.
of them. So in the next following episodes, I have probably like 7 or 8 that I will feature when we
Yay!
film.
You know why?
Because I'm that loser who again has no idea how to do marketing, and like I got the email today of like the quarterly sales thing, and I was like, I didn't make any again. Just
We're gonna talk about your shop because those shirts are dang cute. So cute. Another thing I just wanted to say, and I laugh because when I look at it, is like, do you think that like SJM and her team, like they have to sign off on it, right? Like, does SJM have to see it?
I don't know.
Can you imagine?
They approved. Damn it! I didn't wear that one today because I want to wear this one because we're going to be talking about Tamlin again. But they approved my proud resand hater one.
I was gonna say they approved it.
So I have it. It's the circle with the bat wings and the 3 stars, and it says like proud resand hater.
I'm laughing because like, did she see this shirt? Did she see this design that he has people who are like willing to form a defense team for his actions? That's what I want to know. Did she had to have?
She has to.
Right?
There was.
Who is this girl that keeps doing this?
There was 1 or 2 with profanity that were not accepted.
Denied.
But I'm like, how many fuck Tamlin shirts are out there? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I can't call him Amarantha's poor because it's in the book. What the fuck? I'm pissed.
I know. It's
that
so funny
wasn't the quote, by the way. It wasn't like Amarantha's whore across a t-shirt.
Buy a shirt that says that. Please.
I mean, I'm sure there are like Reese girlies or like bi girlies that would wear that. Like Thrum on our chat, she's like, Amarantha's fucking hot. I don't care. She's a hot villain.
Dude, Thrum cracks me up.
She's
racks
hilarious.
Stuff.
She's like, and my girlfriend fucking loves Baron. Like, we love the bad guy.
She's hysterical. I love like different people like support some people like Baron, some people like Amarantha.
But ain't nobody like fucking Hybern.
Nobody's
I think Thrum likes Hybern, actually.
Hybern?
She draws him with like, who the fuck was it? It was it was Hybern, Jurian, and Tamlin, I think that she drew.
I didn't see that one. Are you serious?
I think so. Or like for Tamlin week where it was like crack ships or something. She did like Hybern and Tamlin, and she did Amarantha and Tamlin, and she did like all these shitty people. And she's like, well, they're called a crack ship for a reason.
Okay, for anyone who's listening, if you do not follow, it's at copy, COPY, Thrum, THRUM on Instagram. Her artwork is
Their
fantastic.
amazing. They actually have they have two different accounts. They each have an
Oh,
account,
do
and then
they?
they had one together at one point.
Is it her and her girlfriend that have an
Yeah.
account together? Yeah.
So yeah, there's Copy Thrum, and then there's Thrum UGNYR, which is just
Okay.
hers. And then I think there's oh no, and then Copy Paste is what they are on Tumblr. Is Copy
Copy paste us?
Rumbled. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So they have Instagrams and Tumblrs.
I need to follow all of it because they're hysterical, but they're also like very factually correct in their artwork. You know what I mean? Like with like
Yeah.
lines and things that happen. So go follow them because they're great.
Yeah. So I sent you a screaming voice note the other night.
Are we gonna talk about this? Because I'm so mad at you right now for bringing this up. I literally said the one thing not to talk about is this. I don't want to talk about it. No, don't do it.
What about the rune one. The rune one.
The healing power one? Yes, no, do not give that away. Because then
We're talking about it because
We're
I have a
not
whole
talking-
fucking board that I spent time doing.
No.
I'm fucking talking about it.
we're not talking about
We're
it. No, Melanie,
This is going
you
to be-
knew that.
It's going to be a bonus episode, and people don't really watch the bonus episodes. So
No,
you go.
hey, I texted you like at 3 a.m. and I'm like, don't talk about that because you're gonna ruin Akatar 6 because she's gonna see
can't
it.
ruin shit.
And then she's not gonna write it. Don't.
Well, if
bring
she
it
doesn't write
up.
any of our theories, she has nothing left to write because I think we've thought of everything.
I do want to redact my Asriel Rhysand sister theory, so I don't know.
They're literally like he literally saw her grow up from a baby. No.
I know. I'm trying to think if
No,
like
they're
she would make them
fucking siblings,
mates.
which is why I was very actually concerned the way that SJM wrote it as Asriel saying, "Oh, Rhysand's sister." Like, bitch, she's also your sister. You call yourself brothers, then she was your sister. You grew up in the house from when you were a child with Rhys. His sister was a couple centuries younger than you. You knew her as a fucking baby. She's not your mate. That would be disgusting.
I know. Well, that's
That's
why
like if Rhys knew Feyre when she was fucking born. Like, it's creepy.
But they like didn't grow up together. I don't know. I think it's weird because they're like, I feel like she's writing it like the way that she's writing it. It sounds like they could be mates, right? Like the way that she like writes that. Like he was there in CC3, like, and he was like upset that Silene looked like Rhysand's sister. But then also could be like, she's my sister too. So like I'm sad because that's like my sibling, you know? I don't know.
The whole thing is weird that they don't talk about her. They don't say her name.
They never talk like you think that she would write even like a dinner scene with like the inner circle and they would be like to Rhysand's sister who's not here.
First night that or like the first time that Feyre had dinner with them, they were talking about Asriel's past and Cassian's past and Rhys's past, and the sister never fucking came up.
She like doesn't come up. She doesn't come up on page. Not a lot.
It's annoying. It's so annoying.
I don't know if she's trying to like keep it as a secret and a spoiler to just like have us be like, oh my gosh, you know.
We should just rename our podcast like The Surreals because we're just spilling all the tea.
I love that. I was thinking about like incorporating like nighttime in it, like how we basically do our podcast in our PJs, like PJs and broadcasting. What?
The fact that we'd be in the night court. No thanks. No thank you.
Rebrand.
Or just at those bitches. Follow those bitches.
I would do it. I would do that too.
Anyways, I have a bunch of theory boards to discuss and notes,
Pick-
as I mentioned.
Pick the ones that do not include the topic that we have discussed, ma'am.
I have to. Half of my notes are about that, and I need to just
No.
say it.
Don't.
It's
say
on my
it.
Instagram and TikTok anyway.
I know, but I don't want it incorporated with this podcast. I do not.
Please.
No.
It has to be.
I
It has
have
to be.
learned my lesson. Absolutely not. We can talk about it, but not on the podcast.
She's not watching us. First of all, we are not even a popular podcast. She's going after Whimsy Gossip and
How do you know
Smut
she's
Book
going-
Pod and all those people.
How do you know she's going after Whimsy Gossip?
Oh, but all the popular ones, Bloomsbury's looking at, please. Please. You can't
Don't
tell me
do
that
it.
she's looking at ours. You just can't.
Well, what I'll say is this. I think that some of the things that we talk about, because I truly believe we talk about them first sometimes. I think that other people listen to it and then they claim it as their own and put it out into the universe and stuff like that. So I do not want ACOTAR 6 tainted.
I told you like 2 or 3 weeks after I posted my Nesta and Cormac theory, someone else posted it. Not like word for word, but they did their own. And I was like, was it on Facebook or something? But I was like, oh, you saw my theory or something. And they're like, actually, no, I didn't. Like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. So I don't say that. Don't say it. I really don't want to talk about that. I'm sorry. You have a million other theories. This is the one I do not want to talk about.
But it's connected to the one that we've already been talking about.
I know,
So
but
it doesn't matter.
Let's leave it at that. I do not want to dive into it anymore. I do not. I want the most pure, unadulterated ACOTAR 6
There is no such thing. You know,
Yeah.
Bloomsbury's out there.
I don't. That's why I'm saying I don't want to touch it. I do not want to touch it. I want it to leave. I want her to do what she wants to do with ACOTAR 6 and not try to surprise
We don't
us
want
or
to
change
leave her to her own devices. Did you see what happened with Hofast? We need to guide her.
No, we don't.
No,
I
we
think
do.
what it is, I think what happened is she listened to fan theories, and that's why we got Hofast, and it was such a dumpster fire. I'm sorry, it was. It was an entertaining one.
Yeah.
If she didn't put in half the information she was going to put in because of fan theories.
I don't know. I don't think that's what happened. I think that she couldn't find a way to fit it all in one book. It was too long, so she scrapped it and rewrote it shorter in like those 5 weeks, and it didn't have the same delivery.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
and that's why she's like, oh, now I have to do this other book that I'm excited about. And I swear to fucking God, if it is not the prequel, I literally am gonna be so mad.
I want that prequel.
I know it's
want
a
the
fucking
prequel.
Tog book, but I don't need another fucking Tog book.
I think it's Minorian, right? Like it sounds like it's a
Like,
Minorian book.
Why?
I mean, she's circling.
Just going to ruin that. Like, prequels are different. Prequels happen before whatever happens in the story. I think stories that come after, she's just gonna ruin what people want to think in their head.
Yeah.
Like, everyone's like, Minorian. Okay. What if Dorian fucking dies in the end? Like, he actually grows up and he dies. Then would you want that book? Or would you want to stay thinking, okay, they found a way to match their lifespans without that book?
I know. Have you met or have you read to the part where they get together yet? Kind of.
I finished Queen of Shadows.
Oh, you did?
I did. Everyone told me not to do the tandem, so I'm gonna go with Empire of Storms next. So yes and no. Yes, because they have met. There was tension there. The Valg that was in Dorian was terrified of her, as I told you, because she's descended from a Valg king. And so they had a little bit of tension, but now he is released from the collar, finally, after like 2 fucking books. 2 books? 2, 3 books? 2 books. 2.5 books-ish. I was just so glad to get Dorian back.
Yeah, seriously. Poor baby.
And he does mention Sorsha again the way that Aelin mentioned Sam again.
So they don't forget. I actually love that they don't forget like their other loves. That breaks my heart.
Oh my god. And everyone's like, oh, she was like a nobody. She was whatever. I didn't really care about her, but like I love the side characters. I just do.
I know.
That's why when you're like, oh, Briar's a nobody, I'm like, how? She was inserted for a reason.
So Briar is significantly different from like Sam, Cortland, and Sorsha.
Well, Sorsha was only in a few scenes too.
She was in a few
more than Briar, but
yeah,
she, like,
yeah.
More.
Yeah.
But
we have one scene of Briar, and she's like, I don't know why. I was so underwhelmed with her. I'm like, she just like does the I love how upset you get when we talk about it.
You can like see the rage simmering.
I am literally see the steam coming out of your ears right now.
Although I did actually admit that I would be more mad at Sarah J. Maas making Rhys's sister Azriel's mate than I would be at her forgetting Briar. Because as long as like Lorin is Tamlin's mate, sister's Tamlin's mate, somebody is Tamlin's mate, fine, as long as he's happy. So I would be more mad if the sister was fucking Azriel's mate and he knew her as a newborn. That would be creepy to me. Like, that's giving, like, I don't know. You haven't watched Vampire Diaries, but that's giving, like, Alaric and Caroline to me, because Alaric was literally her fucking teacher. And then
really?
She got turned into a vampire when she was, like, 17. And then, like, shit happens, and, like, his girlfriend, like, his kids that were in utero from his fiance, she was a witch or whatever, got transferred into Caroline. And then like they had a thing because she was pregnant with his kids. It was just creepy to me. I didn't like it. No.
What a weird screen, like what a weird story to write. Like who wrote that?
Weird. Like she was a great mom. She was an adorable mom. I love her with the girls. But I don't like her with Alaric. Like, yes, you carried his children. Technically, you're their mom now. He's their dad. You have to co-parent. But like, you
super
were 17
gross
when you were turned into a vampire, and he was like your 30-something-year-old teacher. So no.
Oh, yikes.
That's why I'm like just thinking of Azriel like babysitting her as a baby, and then like Sarah making them mates. I could not handle that. I don't want it.
You don't want it?
Okay, so let's start first with what I wanted to say before, and then I will get to some of the things that I just found in ACOWAR again. That kind of, like, I feel like I don't register anything anymore because I'm just on autopilot when I read it now. I don't know. But anyway. First of all, the first one also has to do with Tamlin and Lorin. Not the healing one.
Good. Good.
Fortunately, good. I wanted to talk about that one, but I won't. Yet.
Yay!
Yet.
Ever. Nope.
I think we already talked about like the lilac and lavender and what that meant, resurrection and everything, right? Okay.
I think we did too.
So I realized that I don't think I ever looked up the meaning of her name.
Lorin? Okay.
And so I did.
Okay.
And then I was quite stunned because I had to go back to my Kindle and look up the word. And boy, did I find shit.
You did? I feel like we talked about her name like a couple weeks ago, but I want to hear what you found.
So Because I was on like a baby name website the first time, and it was just like, oh, it's related to plants or whatever. And I was like, okay, whatever. I don't know. Maybe it's spring court coded, sort of. But I looked it up on another website, and it says the meaning of Lorin derives from a bay or laurel plant, aka wreathed / crowned with laurel.
I
Now,
kind of know where this is gonna go.
if you turn to Akatar, there are 2 different scenes.
I love it.
So this is when Tamlin comes back to the manor after Calanmai and the rite, and he is still possessed by magic, and he finds her in the hallway. And it says, I was about to turn down the hallway when a tall male figure appeared before me. The moonlight, night court, from the open window turned his mask silver, and his golden hair, ... unbound and crowned with laurel leaves, gleamed. So first of all, moonlight and laurel leaves.
Laurel. I knew it. I knew we were coming back to this scene. I knew it.
So then a little bit further down, or actually this was this might have been, oh no, this was the same scene. So oh yeah, she was trying to leave to go back to her room from the kitchen or something. And he says, going somewhere. His voice was not entirely of this world. Calanmai is. We don't really know what Calanmai is.
No, we don't.
We know that Lydia did Calanmai. It's like a shifter thing.
Yes,
Not
we do know that Lydia did. And it's weird to me that they had it on Crescent and on Midgard. Like, it's very weird to me. And it is a shifter thing, and I'm glad that you point that out.
It's a shifter thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Midnight snack, I said. It says his bare chest was painted with whorls of dark blue. And from the smudges in the paint, I knew exactly where he'd been touched. I tried not to notice that they descended past his muscled midriff. I was about to pass him when he grabbed me so fast that I didn't see anything until he had me pinned against the wall. The cookie dropped from my hand as he grasped my wrist. Now, this is interesting because, as we know, lilac, right? Lorin's wearing lilac, so we assume that she smells like lilac and citrus.
Okay.
Right? Because she's like Reese's sister, and Reese has citrus, Moore has citrus, and like lilac is always around her, right? So we know that Feyre's scent is lilac and pear, which is very similar to lilac and citrus, would it not?
Yeah.
So it says, I smelled you, he breathed, his painted chest rising and falling so close to mine. I searched for you and you weren't there. He reeked of magic. When I looked into his eyes, remnants of power flickered there. No kindness, none of the wry humor and gentle reprimands. The Tamlin I knew was gone. Still riding the magic, he was half wild. You drove me mad, he growled, and the sound trembled down my neck. When I didn't find you, he said, bringing his face closer to mine until we shared breath, it made me pick another. This is sounding very, and this is like another favorite word of mine, but this is sounding very double entendre-ish to me.
First of all, when you read it like that, I mean, I don't know if we're just like so tired that we're crazy, but that makes so much sense.
I said, when Tamlin was wild and possessed by magic during Calanmai, did he see Feyre as Lorin at first? Was he talking about having to choose Feyre when he couldn't find Lorin to bring her back?
Yes.
And was he thinking that he was smelling Lorin because their scents are very similar? Because he was half wild with magic, and he wasn't the Tamlin she knew. So we don't know what he was hallucinating in that moment at all. Right?
No, we don't. Holy shit, Melanie.
I said, blue paint is his Calanmai paint. We know that Reese uses it under the mountain on Feyre to taunt him. And there was the blue paint in the Night Court family cabin, which is Lorin's paint that he uses on Callan May, which we've discussed before. He uses her paint on Callan May.
Right.
So he uses the dark blue to remind himself of Lorin on Callan May while he has to like fuck these other women. So what if he did honestly see Feyre as Lorin in this scene? And
That
that's
would
why
be-
maybe
okay.
he was like, maybe he was just like kind of taken aback, like this isn't usually like rough for us because like Lorin was Fae and she could have kept up with him, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Then would that explain like the bite too? Like, I don't know. Maybe, well, I don't know. No, because he bit her in a different context because she just she was wandering and when she shouldn't be, right?
Well, no, it was very much like I couldn't smell you, I wanted you, right? And I
Yeah.
did have that for all of you who have read Akela, I did have that flashback where even though they didn't have a mate bond, they had something called a soul bond. And basically it was both of their magics plus the magic of the starlight pool plus like other feral magic, like when he bit her that created a soul bond. It was like this whole thing. So like he bit Lorin in my thick too. And I actually didn't put that together until
Did he really?
it was kind of like maybe it was just like a thing that was in my head where I was like, oh, he bit her. But like Reese's sister could take it. Like I'm just saying.
First of all, she's a little
Kicking and
spitfire.
screaming and fucking, like,
Yeah,
come on.
yeah. She's very feisty, so I have a feeling they like bit each other. I'm like convinced. It was probably that thing where it's like Feyre's like and everyone's like disgusted and
Doesn't
appalled
Reese
by it.
also bite Feyre? Like, doesn't he have a thing with biting? Like, he bites her ear and he bites her, like, they have a biting thing.
They all have a biting thing.
Yeah.
Like that's normal.
And
but
then I
okay.
said later on during the wedding, he also wears the same laurel leaves, perhaps in honor of his assumed deceased lost lover / mate. So I'm gonna actually read these quotes and then I'm gonna go back to what I wrote about it. So it says, he was resplendent in a tunic of green and gold, a crown of burnished laurel leaves gleaming on his head. He loosened that grip on his glamour, letting that immortal light and beauty shine through for me. And then she looks toward Ianthe, the fucking bitch, fucking Ianthe. And do you remember when we said that she was scheming with Moore to ruin this wedding?
Yeah.
You know what the fuck Ianthe wore to their wedding?
Red?
No, not red. Not red. Toward Ianthe, cloaked in dark blue robes beneath that hood and silver crown.
Wait, do all the priestesses wear dark blue though?
Ianthe was wearing teal blue in Akawar. She did not have to wear dark blue to her wedding. That's not even a fucking spring court color.
She's such a bitch. Oh my god, she's such a bitch.
Dark
That would be
blue.
that would be so crazy if she actually did conspire with Moore. That would be so fucking crazy.
And you know what Moore said?
What?
Right when Reese gets back, it takes her from the wedding. And then like she threw the shoe at him and then she like storms upstairs toward the room or whatever.
Right.
It says, it's Feyre notes, she says, a bright, amused female voice said behind me, far away from wherever Reese had gone to at the opposite end of the hall. So that went well. Reese's answering snarl sent my footsteps hurrying. What?
I mean, I don't know if I think that that's proof per se.
It could.
Of it.
Like, why? Like, first of all, why was only Moore there?
Moore there.
Why was she like waiting to ask?
Yeah.
That went well. Like she was watching.
Yeah. Yeah.
I said Ianthe wore dark blue robes, which we know is a night court color, as if she may have been in cahoots with Moore. because they both have houses in Valahan, to ruin the wedding for Rhys, perhaps without him knowing, because he was kind of pissed when she's like, well, that went well.
Yeah. He was not happy. I don't think if she did it, I don't think that Rhys was in on it. I think Mor planned this all by herself. I think Mor, if she did do this, like went out on a limb and was like, I'm gonna fucking make things right.
Because that scene did actually happen. Remember when we were like, I don't remember him telling Mor that they're mates or whatever? It
No,
did.
I know it happened.
Yeah,
I remember that.
it did happen.
Yeah.
He like
Yeah,
dropped
I
to his
remember that.
knees and he was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
she's my mate, she's my mate. Like 2 more.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we talked about that. Yeah. We knew that happened.
It has to be. She had to have. Ianthe had absolutely, like, even if Hybern was already in the picture, Ianthe had no motivation to just ruin their wedding. She could have gotten them both killed even when they were married. Like, she wanted Lucian the whole time. She wanted Lucian.
Well, it's interesting because too, right? Like Hybern was saying that he corrupted Ianthe's mind so that against the High Lords. But it's weird to me because Ianthe didn't try to bring Rhysand down.
No,
she
but
just
she
tried
like,
to bring
but when
Tamlin.
Rhys showed up, she scuttled away, like,
Yeah,
terrified.
Yeah, she did.
She disappeared. Rhys was
Yeah.
like, your high priestess seems to think it's over.
Why didn't Tamlin pick up on Ianthe's little behaviors like that? That's what really bothers
Because he was
me.
more focused on Feyre.
Feyre.
Because
He
he had
was-
already lost Lorin.
Yeah.
So he's like, I don't give 2 shits about this bitch right now. Like,
I know,
want my
he's like-
wife. Like,
I know. Oh, he's such a good man. So here's my thing, Melanie. I want to ask you is that I know that you are a very pro Briar supporter. You think that Briar and Tamlin are mates and that they're going to end up together. And your evidence behind it is that SJM made her name Briar, which means a thorny rose bush, right?
One of them, yeah.
Okay, one of them. On the other hand, we're looking into the basis of Lorin's name. Lorin means laurel wreath. So it's like Briar. They're both
I know.
plant-based. So what are your thoughts? Like, tell me what you think of that, because their names are both very
I've been saying
organic.
I've been saying this whole entire time. Tamlin and Lucian's fucking lives are mirrors of each other. The only thing we did not have a mirror of was Tamlin losing a past lover that he thought was his mate and isn't.
So you still believe she is not his mate?
Fully believe that they fully believed they were mates. I think they felt, I think they felt it. I think they wanted to feel it. That's why I made them have a soul bond in my fic instead of a mate bond, because it was a little bit deeper. And the way that I actually swayed it was that Briar was actually like a reincarnation of Lorin, which is like their souls found each other.
Yeah,
again.
yeah.
But yeah, I think that they definitely thought that they were mates and they're just not.
So on that note, let's think back to, I want to go back to the scene with the cauldron at Hybern. They're in Hybern's place.
Mhm.
Everyone just got captured. And we see Tamlin go up to Hybern and he's like, break the bonds, right? And I want to talk about this in terms of the fandom likes to come after Tamlin. And they're like, screw Tamlin. He's awful. He tried to break their mating bonds. Okay. But the more that you and I like dive into this and investigate it, I think that there's a past event that is actually a reaction from
His mother and father.
or what if his father, what if they were mates? What if Lorin and him were mates? There was a bond there.
Hybern.
And Tamlin's father and Rhysand's father
God
and
damn it! I was gonna bring this up. I hate you. God damn it! I had it here.
I think, and I think that the fandom's gonna see this because maybe we're gonna get some flashbacks. I think that the actual fight when Tamlin's father went to go kill Rhysand's sister and mother was over the mating bond and was over a possible pregnancy. And I think that Hybern, they brought someone
Amarantha and
Amarantha,
Hybern.
and they were like break the bond, and then
Amarantha
and that's where it's coming from.
wanted Tamlin. Yeah,
I think that's what it was. I think that Tamlin has been, because the way that that scene went down at Hybern was bizarre.
Hybern was like, yeah, because he can't have his wife going back to the night court every however many weeks. And then I think, was it before or after that they found out that Tamlin stumbled and he was like, oh, they're actually like mates. Was it did they figure that out before or after? Because I always get this mixed up.
Oh, you know what? You bring up a really good point.
Hybern said or did Hybern say or did he say break the bond? Hold on. Let me look it up because I'm getting myself confused right now.
It's in Akamath, right?
Oh, it's in yeah, the end of Akamath. Oh, here it is. Okay.
Yeah, because I'm getting confused too.
Oh, okay. No. Feyre says break the bond. Because she's pretending. This is at the very end when she's pretending to be Rhys's victim.
Or she's saying, did Feyre say he's my mate? And Tamlin's like, I don't give a shit, break it.
No.
Here, let's find it.
Okay, here it is. Yeah, it was. So like he finds out, it's before the sisters are even brought in. He's snarling, he finds out, and he's like, what did you do to her? What did you do to her? And then there's a couple, the fight, whatever. And Feyre says, if you bring me from here, if you take me from my mate, I will destroy you. I will destroy your court and everything you hold dear. Now, this is the line that everyone misconstrues as him being a fucking dick to her. But this is him literally saying, like, I'm on your side when he says, it says Tamlin's lips thinned, and he said simply, you don't know what you're talking about. So he's not like, you don't know what you're talking about. He's just like, you don't know what you're talking about. Like, we're on the same side here. I'm putting on a fucking show for this asshole. And Lucian cringed because he's like, there's no other words you could fucking say other than you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because she's going to take that wrong. And then the king says, no, she doesn't. And then the sisters come in. So then the break the bond doesn't happen till the sisters are turned and then the queens and everything happen. And so then she like breaks all the wards and everything. All of that happens. And it says, my eyes were only on Tamlin as I lowered my hands, gulping down air and blinked. I looked at the host and the blood and the night court, and then back to him as I breathed Tamlin. He didn't move an inch. Beyond him, the king gaped at me. Whether he knew I had ripped his wards wide open, whether he knew it was intentional, was not my concern, not yet. I cleared my head. Tamlin. I peered at my hands, the blood, and when I beheld Rhys, when I saw my grim-faced friends and my drenched immortal sisters, there was nothing but shock and confusion on Rhys's face as I scrambled back from him, away from him toward Tamlin. And then we have all this whole thing with her going, play along, and him taking the hint, get my sisters out. And then she's like, don't let him take me. I don't want to go back. I want to go home. She's like a fucking bitch. And then it says, Rhys cocked his head. How did you do it, Feyre? There was so much blood on him. One last game. This was one last game we were to play together. I shook my head. The queens had fallen back, their guards forming a wall between us. Tamlin watched me carefully, and so did Lucian. So I turned to the king. He was smiling like he knew, but I said, break the bond. Rhys went still as death. I stormed to the king, knees barking, as I dropped to the floor before his throne. Break the bond, the bargain, the mating bond. He made me do it, made me swear it. So, and then like Rhys was like, no, blah, blah, blah. So Feyre said that, and it's weird that none of them questioned, first of all, that Rhys could fake a mating bond. So this proves.
Oh my God!
Stop it!
did we come to this? To supporting you because you're gonna take it to Cassian.
The bargain, ... the mating bond. He made me do it, made me swear it. Do it, break the bond. I know you can. Free me from it. No, Rhysand said. Tamlin was staring between us, and I looked at him. The High Lord I had once loved, and breathed no more death, no more killing. No more. Take me home and let them go. Tell him it's part of the bargain and let them go, but no more, please. Nobody was like, you can't fake a mating bond. Tamlin said flatly to the king, let them go, break her bond, and let's be done with it. Because she was begging. He didn't say break the bond first. She did. He just believed that she was Rhys's victim because she was playing on his feelings.
I love that we are actually rereading this because the fandom has construed it that he's like
so
break the bond.
Twisted. Yeah.
It's so twisted.
Let
Yeah,
them
he
grow,
never
break
said
her
that.
bond, and let's be done with it. Her sisters come with us. You've already crossed too many lines. That's what he says to the king.
Tamlin, and he said the sisters go. So it's interesting that the sisters also didn't go with them because Tamlin said it.
They grabbed them, that's why.
Who did?
Mor and Rhys grabbed them. So Jurian began objecting, but the king said, very well. No, was all Rhys said again.
Wait, stop. Jurian began objecting to what? Breaking the bonds? Why would Jurian object to that?
I don't know. I don't know. He's a fucking question mark. I can't figure this asshole out.
But why would he support that?
I mean, unless he saw something under the mountain, I don't know.
He hates Rhysand.
Jurian began objecting, but the king said very well. Tamlin snarled at him. I don't give a shit if she's your mate. I don't give a shit if you think you're entitled to her. She is mine, and one day I'm going to repay every bit of pain she felt, every bit of suffering and despair. One day, perhaps when she decides she wants to end you, I'll be happy to oblige her. How is that misogynistic? He was literally like, she can kill you because you did it to her. It's her retribution. And if Rhys said this, because Rhys has said this to Mor, the fandom's like, oh, that's so lovely of him, and that's so selfless of him, and that's so glorious of him. What the fuck? It's the same conversation, both for females.
I'm telling you, I'm convinced Rhysand and Tamlin, although slightly different, are two sides of the same fucking coin. Okay? I don't care what you say, because
Mor literally says, like, oh yeah, Rhys has told me, like, I can go and kill my father and kill whoever whenever I want.
Yeah. Look at the actions. Look at the actions of Tamlin. So Tamlin says this. Rhys says that to Mor.
When she decides she wants to end you, I'll be happy to oblige her. Yeah. That's what Tamlin says. Yes. Because he honestly fucking believes her when she says she was tortured by the man he has seen tortured people for 50 years. Yeah.
Yeah. Cut off heads, put them on statues. Also, and then just so funny to me, we see Tamlin lock Feyre up in a house.
Rhys lock Feyre up in a house. Lock Nesta up in a house.
Lock Nesta up in a house.
Both of them.
The same. It's so funny to me. It's the same fucking coin.
Same fucking thing. And then she says, I backed away until I hit Tamlin's chest under his hands, warm and heavy, landed on my shoulders. Do it, he said to the king. No, Rhys said again, his voice breaking, but the king pointed at me and I screamed. Tamlin gripped my arms as I screamed and screamed at the pain that tore through my chest and my left arm. Rhys was on the ground roaring, and I thought he might have said my name, might have bellowed it as I thrashed and sobbed. I was being shredded. I was dying. No, I didn't want it. I didn't want to. A crack sounded in my ears, and the world cleaved in two as the bond snapped. But we know it was just the bargain.
Yeah.
See, if Tamlin had known, and this is just a hypothetical because this is one of our theories, but if Tamlin had known that it was the bargain, which, I mean, I guess he kind of did know that it was the bargain too, right? He thought it was both.
I think he thought it was both. keep going, and then I want to say something after that.
Couldn't he have, like, if there was some sort of magical bargain or spell or something preventing him from talking about Lorin, couldn't he have gone to the king and asked him to do the same thing for him? Or did he just not, because, like, obviously the king would be like, what are you going to give me for doing that, right? And he would owe him something else.
I don't know. I'm not entirely convinced that
But,
there
like,
is a
no
spell.
reaction. We don't get Tamlin's reaction. He's just like holding her.
I'm not entirely convinced that there's a spell stopping Tamlin from talking about Lorin. I really don't think there's.
Like,
I
why
think
wouldn't he say, like, I don't know what happened? Like, why wouldn't he? I don't know. It's all.
I honestly, I don't know. I'm convinced in my mind that he's pissed at Reese for killing his mom. And because of that,
Well,
he's
it was
not
Reese's
gonna.
father, just like it was his father. They both know
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Which I
yeah,
think this whole thing is stupid. But,
yeah.
like, I
I
know people
think
died, but, like, it wasn't actually, well, it wasn't actually them. Tamlin killed his father in one blow because it was self-defense. But everything else was their father's.
yeah. So that's what's awful is it's like they still have not had this conversation face to face, what, 50, 70 years? Because we don't know at what point Lauren was killed before they went under the mountain, do we? We don't
No, but
have
if she was pregnant, it would have been 75 years ago, so it would have been 25 years before the curse. Which is why Reese keeps harping on it, because it's just that recent.
yeah, it's recent in Faye, like
Yeah.
in Faye time, right?
Also, this was when, so yeah, more. It says, I looked once at my family. They were already looking at me, faces bloody and cold and enraged, but beneath them I knew it was love beneath them. They understood the tears that rolled down my face as I silently said goodbye. Then more, swift as an adder, winnowed to Lucian to my sisters to show Reese what I'd done, the hole I'd blasted for them to escape. She slammed Lucian away with a palm to the chest, and his roar shook the halls as Moore grabbed my sisters by the arms and vanished. Lucian's bellow was still sounding as Reese lunged, gripping Azriel and Cassian, and did not even turn toward me as he winnowed them out. And people say Lucian isn't her fucking mate. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding
What do
me?
you mean by that? What makes you what evidence do you see there? That he was roaring because she took
No.
Elaine?
Oh, yeah, they're mates. No, but my point was that Moore somehow knew that Feyre cleaved the wards open. How did she know? How did she know?
Oh, they didn't talk about it? They didn't, like, I don't
No.
remember.
No, all of their magic was gone. They couldn't Daemati. She couldn't Daemati. It says, more swift as an adder, winnowed to Lucian, to my sisters, to show Reese what I'd done, and the hole I'd blasted for them to escape. Miss Truth powers over there. So, if she kept her powers, and Hybern called her a queen, I don't know what's going on. But also, the fact that this scene is Moore and Lucian, and Moore kept her power, so assumedly kept her truth power to see that Feyre had ripped open the wards, when Hybern is doing spells, and Lucian kept his healing power under the mountain when Amarantha was doing spells. I don't know. I feel like that's really a really weird mirror there.
Yeah.
And the fact that, like, Moore, which I want to talk about as well from Act of War, the way that Moore again scrutinizes him on the ice, and she's like, oh, he's trustworthy enough to go back to the townhouse. And the way that Feyre and Lucian had that fight about, like, the Band of Exiles after, like, Elaine stormed off or whatever, and she comes out and she sits next to Moore, and Moore just looks at her and she's like, they'll both be happy. Like, there's a lot of Moore and Lucian stuff going on, and I don't know, like, obviously it's nothing like romantic or anything, but I don't know what the mirror is. But again, Hybern calling her a queen, but it's like her and Nesta are the only two that are called queens. We know Nesta has Dusk. Does this mean Kira's gonna die and she's gonna have to take over Hewn City?
How funny would it be if Sarah
Does this
takes
mean
this series and gets rid of all of the male High Lords and like her whole thing is to put
does
all
this mean
female?
Rhys is going to die or get stripped of his power?
Don't get your hopes up, Melanie. He's
No,
not
I'm
gonna
not.
die.
But I'm saying, is she purposely making him worse to be like tainted, and then like more is gonna take over temporarily or some shit? I don't know.
No,
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't think so.
So going to my notes from the other night. Um I think that, so considering that Lorin might know that Tamlin has some Starborn in him, right? Once she figured out that Einar had Starborn in his line, that's probably why she chose Einar to be, oh, he's your son, right?
Yeah.
I think she probably demodied him to choose her, specifically because she was pregnant. And she's like, oh shit, if this kid has Starborn power, I need to find someone here. And you know from Cormac that all of the bloodlines' histories were in Avalon, were in the Donnell's archives.
Nicely
Avalon.
put together, Melanie.
In Avalon, Donnell archives.
Yes. That is really, look at you. Look at those little details coming into play. I like it. So you're saying hypothetically, Lauren's running, right? They're like, she's out of Prithian, lands in Midgard, somehow gets to Avalon because there's a link, and I think SJM was intentional in putting that in.
Rigulus
Hobart.
says Cormac has a pure-blooded Fey line to the original world of his Fey, which was Prithian.
Well, no, I was also saying the mist is like a direct link.
Oh,
to
yeah,
Prithian.
yeah, it was directly connected to the Dust Court, yes.
Yeah. So she probably, like you said, did end up in Avalon when she first got there.
But if Cormac is her cousin, which means Morven is their cousin.
Yeah.
He is the High Lord of Avalon, right? So that's already a direct familial link, because Rune says the bloodlines are the most important thing to the Fae, and like my mom's bloodlines are from Avalon, and like that's how he got his shadow powers and all of this stuff, which is why we know like Rhys is involved and Azrael is involved and all of this stuff. But I said that she took a look-see in the little archives, because if she's like Rhys, who, you know, put to sleep a few guards on occasion to be able to steal a certain book and to sneak into a certain court, then Lorin also could do that. Get into the archives, see who has Starborn in their line.
Yep.
Find out that it's Einar's line. Goes and is like, I'm fucking pregnant with a Starborn child. I need to make a life for myself here. I want my son to be protected as like a ruling class Vanir, right?
Yeah.
Fae, high Fae, Vanir. Makes Einar choose her. And that's how that's how he couldn't prove that Rune wasn't his son, because Rune does have the spark of Starborn light.
Yeah.
That was in his bloodline.
Yeah. And you want to know what? Just on that note, maybe he realizes, maybe he's resentful because he clearly treats Lauren very poorly. And he's resentful
and
because
it's a barren situation, because he doesn't really think he's his son, as he said, literally.
Right. But maybe he's also resentful of Lauren because he figured out that she demodied him. And he's like,
I don't know if he figured it out, because I had another little step down theory on this, that Lorin is actually the one that demodied him to never contact her again.
I love that, but definitely not the case.
No, because Rune literally says like, oh, she never contacts the Autumn King. She'll never ask him for his help. Like, is it a particular thing where she's just like, you can't contact me, and like he doesn't know why he doesn't ever want to contact her, because every time Rune like brings her up and he's like, you used her, blah blah blah, like he gets really like pissed for someone he doesn't care about. He gets really mad, and it seems like, I feel like if you had some sort of mental block and you couldn't figure it out and you couldn't figure out what happened to you, you would be kind of pissed off.
I could see that.
if
I could
someone
see
was
that.
bringing it up.
I
So
could see that.
I said that all that happened, and Lorin was excited because she thought Rune was going to be the one to be able to bring her back to Prithian.
Open the portals. Yep. Yep.
Because
yep.
if she is Starborn and Tamlin as another lesser Starborn was a battery, Rune could have technically been her battery, but he didn't have enough. And that's when she finally realized that it was Bryce, Einar's other child. And that's why she was nice to Bryce. Because Rune's like, she was always super kind to her when she met her. And I was like,
Hmm.
And then, oh my God, I'm so excited about these. But anyways, I said, I bet Rune and Rhys have about the same level of Starborn, maybe like just a little flicker of it, which the twinkle in his eyes, maybe. And I bet that Rhys could summon that little seed of it, or perhaps maybe all of the High Lord's seeds that Feyre got are little seeds of starlight power, and that's how she could glow with it.
Okay.
Wouldn't that
interesting that the Dawn Court, that there's someone that has starlight too.
Is it the Dawn Court?
Who else? Lucian says, I have a friend in the Dawn
Well,
Court.
he was throwing her off because she was talking about the light that she used to take down the wards in Hybern. And he's like, fuck, she's gonna figure out that Baron ain't my daddy, and that's gonna cause a whole lot of chaos. I just saw what she did to Spring. I'm not telling her shit about me and my mom's secrets. So he's like, oh yeah, my friend in the Dawn Court. But then later on, Farrah's like, yeah, it was the Day Court. Like she says in her mind, like, that was the Day Court's light. So like she knew he was lying.
Interesting.
She just let it, yeah. But yeah, I said like, what if like all the High Lords kind of just have a little seed of it? I don't know. It was like a little theory thing. I also said that I realized that if we're right and Lorin as the female did get a lot of the Starborn power, that just like Bryce, she absolutely could have gotten through the wards to the fucking hologram. Because Bryce had to use her starlight to get through the wards and to get through the door.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like I want an artist to draw a family tree and that of the Dusk Court, because that's gonna have Rhysand, Lorin, Bryce, Mor, and Azriel,
Cormac, Morven, Einar, Rune.
Yeah.
All of that.
Well,
Lucian,
not Einar. Oh,
Lady Autumn. Tamlin.
No, they're not all Dusk Court. No. Right? Because the Dusk Court would only be Rhys.
No, well, because the starlight is the Dusk Court power. And you had Thea bring over the redheads, which had to have mated with her line for Einar to get it.
Right,
and
right.
Technically
from the Autumn Court.
Kind of from, Lady Autumn's line. And she had Lucian, which is why Lucian has light and all this stuff. Right?
But would Rhys be related to...
They would all
Einar?
be related, like, distantly.
Distantly. But he's more closely related to Bryce. No, him and Einar and Bryce would be like the same.
Yeah, distant cousins like him and Mor.
Yeah. Okay.
So it would be... So the only ones that would be closer would be Cormac, Lorin, Morven, Rhys.
Yeah. Yep. Those are the
Azriel.
type. Yes. Yep.
In the little quadrangle.
Yeah.
I said she has the same magic as Bryce, the light to scare the beasts. And the magic to open the door with the 8-pointed star, which is why maybe she was so nice to Bryce, because their magic recognized each other.
Yeah. Like calls to like or whatever.
Like calls to like, just like Nesta and Eris during the fucking dance when he's like, he saw her power, she saw his power, the flame flickered between them or whatever. So then we got a little off topic and we were talking about Andrus's pelt, remember? And the lab and everything.
Yeah, and we yep.
And I failed to mention that the Asteri might have been trying to kind of clone the Cauldron's power, because the Cauldron brought back Jurian from just a finger bone and an eyeball. They were trying to clone Cauldron power with the first light cores.
Yes, they were. Okay,
and
wait.
If Fury brought them the fucking pelt.
Why do they want to bring people back from the dead? That's what I want to know.
Well, they wanted like a mindless army to help fight them.
Is that all it was? It's just having.
Which you took your goddamn time. Like, it had to be when Bryce found Hunt and all those people, like all the players came into play. I don't know, that didn't make sense to me, but you know.
Yeah, I know. I thought the same thing. I was like, wow, like, yeah.
For the sake of the book. I said, if we revisit Under the Mountain for the first light core we know is still under there from Vesperus, will we then, going off the Andrus pelt and the wings being pinned up, will we see the blue fairy's wings pinned there? And maybe Lucian's eyeball.
So cool. Do you think she has his eyeball still?
Oh, I think she was collecting body parts. Like, she was in a Asteri. She was in a Asteri that had to have the same goal at some point.
What is the goal?
Why did Hybern even resurrect Jurian? Did he think he was going to come back a mindless robot like the Harpy? And the mother was like, the fuck you ain't. She was like, I'm taking control of this cauldron. He's going to be human again. Just dumped him the fuck out.
Oh my god, I love it. I love it. It's weird, isn't it? I always found it was really weird that Hybern wanted Jurian because they were technically enemies.
Yeah.
They were always enemies. So I never understood why he resurrected him. Thinking he would be on Hybern's side. I'm like, what?
And it goes with like Tamlin burning the wings. He burned the wings right after his father died. So like that Hybern couldn't get them. Because what the fuck would Amarantha want more than to torment them, which we know? And wouldn't it be the perfect torment to just take the wings, resurrect them as these mindless people to torment the people that they loved?
I mean, I don't know. I think that's an interesting theory. I'm not sure necessarily if that's canon.
Because they were looking for the cauldron that whole time, or Hybern was.
He was looking for the cauldron. Okay. So why would he be looking? And we don't really know why he was looking for the cauldron, right? Like we were
just for help in the war with his armies. We don't know what that amethyst light was. It could have been one of the spells. Like he could have been. And the thing with the fucking commander against Helion, spell for spell. He was literally gonna kill Helion. Like, what the fuck did you infuse into those soldiers that like a rando could kill a High Lord?
Yeah.
I feel like that is so looked over. Because if Amryn had not fucking burned the shit out of that dude, Helion would be dead right now. Because he was like flowing with amethyst light. Like, what the fuck was it?
So he was creating soldiers specifically.
I still think he was using second light.
to wipe out all the High Lords and to become king over everybody. But he was already. It was funny because
was his bargain with Ianthe that he had to follow through on. Because bargains will take consequences in the form of a life, which he didn't end up killing all the High Lords, and Elaine killed him. So the cauldron that loves Elaine, was it like, he didn't fulfill his bargain?
yeah,
Go do my bidding, sweet
Yes.
little fawn.
Yeah, I know, right? So also, like, why did the cauldron want Elaine? Like they brought Elaine back to Hybern camp. What were they gonna do with her?
I'm telling you, I think now everyone's like, oh, she's connected to Azriel. She's connected to Azriel. She's a spy for Azriel because she stepped out of a shadow. I think that was her connection to the cauldron, not to Azriel.
She did step out of a shadow.
I think
It's
because it was right in front of the cauldron. And the cauldron purred in her presence. And the cauldron's like, we gave her a gift. It said it gave her a gift. It called Nesta a thief, and it was mad at Elaine for like helping save Nesta. But it was like our beauty, and we gave her a gift. The fuck did you give her?
What does that mean, even?
That
Like, what is the gift? The gift of being a seer, or is there something else? You gave her a shifter gift too? Is that what you're trying to tell us?
I mean, aside from having the best fucking mate in Prithian.
Love
Please.
him.
That was gift in and of itself.
Yeah, she doesn't even know it. She has no idea.
Okay, so this is something I have been wanting to point out for like 3 or 4 episodes now, and I kept forgetting. But now that we're talking about this,
do it. Point it out.
I have to point it out. So everyone that's saying that I'm crazy for saying that Hybern and Amarantha were Asteri, do you remember what Lydia wears when she pretends to be a soldier for the Asteri?
Are you talking about the necklace?
Not the necklace.
Which I don't know if I don't know. What, the outfit?
Let me pull up the quote real quick.
All right, bring it up.
So this is the Hybern commander that attacks Helion. Court of Wings and Ruin. They paused. A slim, short male walked out of the ranks towards them, one of Hybern's commanders, no doubt. Rhys's snarl shook the earth, but it was Helion, glowing with white light, who stepped forward to face the male, claws sinking deep into the mud. The commander didn't so much as wear a sword, only fine gray clothes and a vaguely amused expression on his face. Amethyst light swirled around him. Helion growled at Rhys in order, and my mate nodded, gore dripping from his maw before he lunged back into the fray, leaving the commander and Helion's spellcleaver to go head-to-head, spell to spell. Soldiers on either side began fleeing. He has the exact same gray outfits on his soldiers as the fucking Midgard archangels and sailors.
Yeah.
Spell for spell, the fucking amethyst light. That commander gives off Pollux to me.
I was just gonna say that. I was like, it's Pollux. But then I'm like, no, it can't be Pollux. That was not Pollux.
It can't be Pollux. It didn't say he had wings, but it didn't say he didn't either.
I know.
And then it says, the High Lord of Day was bloodied, his golden fur singed and torn, but he still battled against the Hybern commander. The commander remained unmarred, his face unruffled, as if he knew he might very well win against Helion's spellcleaver today.
Oh my god. Wait, and I just want to take a moment. Rhys and Helion are in their beast forms right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
So this dude has no weapons.
Yeah.
Spell for spell with that freaky amethyst light in the gray fucking uniform of the Asteri. Like, Anyway, I had to point that out. There's a whole other long thing, but I won't get into that right now. I just have a couple like little more points, notes that I had. I won't talk about the healing one.
Yes, don't. These people.
But I said that we know that Tamlin has healing magic because he, again, the blue fairy. And he's like, if Amarantha's curse wasn't here, I could have healed him fully. Whatever.
Mhm.
So I kept going over and over and over the Briar thing after you were like, and I said, do you remember when I said we don't know what happened, if anything happened between them in the Hybern
You
camp?
said that, yeah, during Tamlin and Briar when they were at Hybern camp.
Did Tamlin heal her just enough for her not to feel pain from those lashes and burns?
I love that theory.
But
I
just
love that
enough
idea.
to keep the physical markings on her so Hybern wouldn't do it again.
I love that idea. I wouldn't be surprised.
I
Would
said-
not be surprised.
I also said, if Briar is human and his mate, I just fucking realized that that wouldn't even be a problem because in Tog, we have Aelin shifting from human form to Fey form. Her Fey form has a Fey lifespan.
Okay.
Tamlin is a fucking shapeshifter who can shapeshift other people. He could literally shift her into a Fey.
Is it Faye? I love that you're so on board with this, Briar. Because I can't get on board.
And then I also made the connection. I said Rune and Lydia were night and day. Lorin and Tamlin are night and day.
They are night and day. Holy crap! They're night
Stars and sunshine, stars and light.
and day. Yes.
And then I said, say if I'm wrong about Briar, because this was a reverse theory kind of. I said, say I'm wrong about Briar, and she is actually a throwaway character, but say that I am right about the reverse Sleeping Beauty thing. Would Lorin, as his mate, be the one to have to wake him up?
Absolutely.
And
like 100%.
And if so, knowing that SJM is making a connection between Elaine and the Spring Court, right?
Okay.
Is that why Elaine could somehow be hearing Lorin crying and saying everyone thinks she's dead? Because did she have some sort of vision that Tamlin was going to get bad? Some sort of vision that morphed into Lorin in Midgard crying, everyone thinks I'm dead, everyone thinks I'm dead. Is there some sort of lingering something? Like she's going to have to come back and bring Tamlin back. But how can that happen if everyone thinks I'm dead? Everyone thinks I'm dead. Like,
yeah.
Is there something where they still have some sort of connection? Ish. I don't know.
I don't think so.
Or maybe Elaine is the
no...
only one that kind of knows.
I think
and Elaine is going to be the one that brings her back.
I think that sounds like it's definitely a possibility, especially if she was given whatever gift she may have been given from the cauldron that we still don't know.
It gave her a gift.
Can Elaine
gift?
Yeah, can she open portals? Do we not know about that? Because Elaine
stepped out of a shadow.
Well, and Asriel gave her Truth Teller. He never gives up Truth Teller. Truth Teller, we know, is Thea's weapon, was, part of the Dust Court.
Forged for Annalius and then became,
right.
item, yeah.
But historically, it was a Dust Court thing. But the whole thing with Dust Court is they open up portals. They can, open up new worlds.
Yeah, and Vesperus is literally like, you have no idea what that knife can do.
What it can do. No one's used it to its full potential. Yep.
I swear to God, if she uses my dagger opening a portal thing that I wrote in my own fucking book.
This is why we don't talk about it.
But
We text. That's it.
But it says, but then Einar, unless he was either lying or it's just another power of the knife where he's just like, oh, it unmakes things. What does that mean? Either it unmakes things or it opens portals or both.
I don't know. I think it does all of the above. This is like the ultimate weapon.
But then we have Nesta's made items, and she has a cold and a hot one, just like Truth Teller and Gwydion. And she also has Truth Teller and Gwydion. They have 2 sets.
Yeah.
Of the swords and the knives.
Yep.
That can open portals now. 2 sets of them.
Well, and Rhys giving one item to Eris is an interesting
They took it back. They took it back when he was under the thrall of the queen. Azriel grabs it. He takes it back. They have it back.
Do they?
They took it back and they hid it. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That was weird. Okay.
Yeah. I don't think Cassian gave it back to him when he saw him in Hewn City the next time. I don't think he gave it back.
Oh, okay.
Because remember he had it when he was under the thrall of the crown, and they were like, if he goes for that knife, we're dead. Because it's literally Nesta's made retro item.
Yeah.
Like if he stabs someone with it, they're dead.
Yeah.
And like Breelyn didn't know that about that dagger.
Yeah.
And so they were like, fuck.
Yeah. Yeah. Like go grab it. Yeah.
Go grab it. Yeah. Like Azriel grabbed it and like zipped up to the sky.
I know.
But yeah, and then I said we were talking about how like there was the swords and the knives, but then there were also like the humanoid versions of the swords and the knives, which one is Bryce and Hunt.
Right.
So
Right.
So if we had a version in Prythian, we were thinking that it was Tamlin and Lorin, right? Like at first I thought it was Tamlin and Rhys because like
again, I did too.
Again, like well, actually Feyre opens that little closet between nothing too, actually.
Yeah, she does.
She does. But is that just Rhys's power from the cheek? So that's still weird to me that they're the only ones. But I said if Tamlin and
that
Lorin
we know of.
Yeah. I said if Tamlin and Lorin was the sword and the knife, it would make sense that Amarantha wanted Tamlin under her thumb and wanted Lorin gotten rid of once she found out about them so that they couldn't kill her and Hybern with the black holes. Because if
it makes sense.
Because if you put their starborn power together,
they can open up
black holes.
They can open up the black holes. They can open up new worlds. Why do the fathers not want them to be friends? Because maybe they would figure that out. But I'm like, why would they be threatened by that?
Well, Apollyon was the Star Eater. He got rid of Sirius with the black hole in his mouth, right? Amarantha's fucking sigil was the dragon to ward off princes of hell.
Yes, it was. It was. I mean, I'm telling you.
They did not want any possibility of any starborn people opening black holes to get rid of them. Because they knew that Apollyon did it to Sirius. They knew that it was possible with the sword and the knife because that was a huge prophecy.
Yeah.
Hybern had the original spell book, so there had to have been maybe some history in that too.
Yeah.
And is that why I'm still convinced that Amarantha told the father, is that why she's like, we need to get rid of them. We need to get rid of them. And maybe just because obviously Lauren's mom was also a female, right? They were probably just like, if she has the power to, get rid of her too. Like, just in case she has it too, get rid of her too.
Totally. Get rid of them.
Get rid of them. Then
get them out.
I will take Tamlin under my wing just like my best friend Vessi took Thea under his wing so I can control him.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm gonna brainwash them. I'm gonna make them think that we're friends or we're whatever, lovers or God knows what. And that way he'll
Yes.
never want to do that and turn against me and get rid of me.
Never.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Love that. I love those points. You did a lot of work. Like those were very detailed. And then I love that.
Dude, I haven't even fucking scratched the surface of the major theory board that I did.
Oh my gosh. We will have to do that. So next time we will have to talk
Can
about
I leave
it.
off with one little quote?
You can. Yes, let's do it. I love it.
Or maybe two little quotes, but anyway. I want to remind everybody because you're not gonna like what I say after this. Well, you
I
might, but
know,
you're gonna be like, eh.
Lately
So-
you've been doing that.
This, this is Celine in the hologram, and she says, I was never privy to the story of how my mother and Prince Adis became lovers. I know only that even in the midst of war, I had never seen my mother so at peace. She told me once when I marveled at our luck that the portal had opened to Adis that day, and that it was because they were mates. Their souls had found each other across galaxies, linking them that fateful day, as if the mating bond between them was indeed some physical thing. That was how deeply they loved each other, and when this war was over, she promised me she would go to hell with Adis, not to rule but to live. When this war was over, she promised she would spend the rest of her existence atoning. She did not get to fulfill that promise. So, my caption was, I know you know what I'm gonna say. I said, if Thea and Adis can do it through realms, and one of them is Fae, and one of them is a fucking demon, which should have made it even more difficult, then fucking Nesta and Cormac can do it. Nesta dragged Cormac to Prithian. I said Cormac can stay in Prithian in dusk and rule as he was prophesized to with
Oh my
Nesta.
God.
Because the white light, when he supposedly died rippling in the sky, he was fucking summoned.
He was not summoned. He's dead. He's
Not
dead.
dead. He's not dead. He's not
Dude,
dead.
when you read the next ACOTAR book, your disappointment is going to be so profound.
I don't
literally-
expect her to write this, but I think it would be the best way to go because
There's
no way. Dude, I'm not the only one. There is no way you're going to convince people that he's fucking dead when you did not see his body and you did not see his soul. Everyone's like, no body, no soul, no death. No body, no soul, no death. I was like, thank you. Everyone on fucking TikTok that agreed with me. They're like, oh my God, I didn't think he was dead either because we never fucking saw him. I was like, thank you. My friend thinks I'm crazy and I'm not because now I have over 200 comments saying that I'm right.
I am willing to bet so much that Cormac is dead. He's dead. Dead. He's
No.
not just like a little dead. He's so fucking dead that no calm crystal, nothing can bring him back. He's dead.
Dead. Nobody saw him die.
Literally, Therian saw the whole thing.
Rowan saw the
I'm
fucking
gonna
glass
tell you-
castle explode, and guess what? Aelin and Dorian and Kaol as a fucking human all survived. Thank you very much. The fucking glass castle exploded.
He
and they were
committed
alive.
suicide. Can't you leave him to be in peace? He wants to be dead. His character is begging
No.
to be dead. He
No.
wants to be with Sophie.
No, he did not. That was Therian's assumption. Therian is like the fucking Feyre of Midgard, okay? He makes the worst assumptions and then the worst decisions based on those assumptions. Did you not read Hophax?
I'm trying to. I've read most of it.
He is the fucking naive Feyre of Midgard, where he's just assuming this and assuming this and assuming this, and he's always wrong.
I swear to God, Melody, if Cormac isn't fucking mentioned in the next ACOTAR 6 book, I'm coming for you. I'm flying my ass to where you are.
Bloomsbury, I swear to fucking God, you better have my back on this one. I swear to God, you have
So
my back on this one,
Dead.
and I won't complain about anything else. I won't complain about
You want to
Feyre.
what?
You have my back on this.
SJM, if she ever sees your nested Cormac theory, is going to be like, what the fuck is this? Because I don't know how much more clear I could make the point that I fucking killed.
No, but not okay. In ACOTAR, when Rhys dies, everybody
so
witnesses it. When Feyre dies, everyone witnesses it. When Hybern dies,
It's a
people witness it.
suicide.
When Amarantha dies, witnesses. Every death on page is witnessed.
Mama Archerant's not, well, okay,
It
she's
was
not
on
on
page.
page that. Yeah.
None of them were on
Mhm.
page. All of the on deaths, the on-page deaths, even a Tog, are fucking witnessed. Thank you very much. You either see them explode,
No.
you see them get beheaded.
People saw him explode.
No,
People fucking saw it.
No,
Darian
no.
saw it. That's what that was.
He saw the castle explode, which is the same thing as the glass castle in Tog exploding, and people survived. And the white fucking light rippling up from the castle, and Cormac surrounding himself in a ball of fire, which was his legit power. He would not get burned by his own fucking powers, just like Lucian and Eris weren't.
Fine. Say he's alive. So say he's alive. Are you trying to tell me that he was the one reanimating Sophie's corpse on Avalon Island? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, well, no. I actually think that
What was
I think
the fucking point?
I think he was going to try to prevent Morven from doing that. Because Morven had her on ice with all the fucking crystals and the hidden
I know.
crystals with the creepy shit.
How do we know it was Morven then? How do we know it wasn't like Cormac's? But like honestly, that would be so fucked up that Cormac didn't participate in the war. Let me just really emphasize this point. His cousin, ex-betrothed Bryce, is fighting the Asteri, and you mean to tell me that an alive Cormac isn't gonna show up to the war, Melanie?
If he
Nope.
could only tap into his full power once to fucking live, and he got blasted into Prithian, and he's super fucking drained like Nesta was from bringing Feyre back from the dead, he couldn't make it back there in time.
That was like,
first of all,
it only took like,
and he had the
couple
Gorsian
months.
bullet in him, which would have taken effect by then.
Therefore, he's most definitely dead because he had a Gorsian bullet in him.
Yeah, after he had the Gorsian bullet in him, he did the fire thing. Thank you very much.
How cool would it be if Cormac's the one that figured out that the water had a parasite in it first?
I told you he definitely did.
If Cormac knew.
Oh, he definitely did.
I wonder if Cormac and Hypaxia were close. I don't know. I don't know.
No, I think that Cormac found out about the parasite, and I think that he found out, like with Danica, because Sophie and Cormac were together. Sophie was the one working for Danica, who found out that the shifters were Fae.
Right.
Found out that they had another world out there, and then the shifters had another world out there. He found out all this shit firsthand from Sophie first. Plus unlimited access to the goddamn archives, which he claimed he studied since childhood and knew everything. That's how he knew about all of Bryce's magic, which half of it is Prithian magic, like fucking winnowing. That's why he could winnow, because he knew they were from Prithian.
Yeah.
He knew the Avalon mists were connected to Prithian.
He did.
He knew all this fucking shit. You were telling me that he had all this knowledge to help fight the Asteri, and he let himself blow up when his power was fire.
He was so depressed. I mean, his love is dead. She's laying on a bed of ice.
Okay, Tamlin cried over Feyre. Does that mean he's about to go like stab himself? Like, yeah, he's suicidal, but he has not.
He is suicidal.
But he hasn't actively tried to kill himself.
And what is the track record for the suicidal characters in the series? I don't know. They all end up dead. So
No, who?
Cormac.
No, he was
And
not depressed.
and we have an SJM Pinterest board depicting Tamlin dead. We
Dead.
have that.
It was fucking Sleeping Beauty. She's asleep from a curse.
Asleep or dead. You could be dead and asleep.
There is no way the fucking High Lords are gonna gather to bring someone else back. Fuck no. Although, actually,
Through love, all is possible, Melanie.
Yeah, and who can bring who? Through love, all is possible, which means Nesta needs love, not Cassian.
All right, yep, that's it. We're ending it right there. You bring in that cheap fucking shot.
No.
How dare you?
No. How dare you?
How dare you, ma'am? Don't bring nothing into this tonight. God damn it.
I'm telling you, it's weird.
I swear to God. If Cormac
Why
isn't alive
why?
in the
Okay,
next act
did
of
you
our books,
listen
I'm
to that
coming over
quote?
here.
Did you
I'm
listen to that quote? Did you listen to that quote?
What quote?
We marveled at our luck that the portal had opened to Adis because they were mates and their souls had found each other across the galaxy.
So what? What is that supposed to mean to me?
The season 2 happened during Akasith. Nesta's book.
So what about
He
it?
had so much magic. She was making so much shit that she didn't even know she was making. The fucking swords. She felt the people in the stone on fucking Ramiel. You mean to tell me that it's not possible that she summoned her real mate to Prithian with that white light rippling in the sky? She has silver fucking flames, which is depicted as white in like every picture. And flames, like calls to like. She had orange fucking flames on her dresser. Thank you very much. Cormac has orange flames like Eris, and we know during the dance with Eris, the like calls to like, they can feel each other's power. She would be able to do the same fucking thing with Cormac.
I swear to God, it's like, okay.
I'm connecting dots.
You're connecting dots, but I think that you're connecting more dots than SJM herself. Like, in this instance, dude, I'm telling you, like, she's gonna be like, it's gonna be like Hope-ass shit all over again. I have been so burned that I can't get over it. We're all gonna buy tickets to watch an interview with SJM. No, and she's gonna be like, people are thinking Bryce and Hunt aren't mates. That's what she's gonna do when she hears about Cormac fucking and Prithia. She's gonna be like, he's dead. He's dead.
Then you tell me what your explanation is to explain her putting in this insert about Thea and Adis. Because if she's pointing out that there can be mates across worlds, who is she referring to?
I think that she's talking about Adis and Thea. I don't think that there's necessarily another couple. And
there is, because during the interview, when people were like, can people have two mates, or can people, have mates in another world? And she was like, pass.
But that was prior to Hofast coming out.
No, because we knew in CC2 that Adis was mates with Thea because he's like talking about her to Bryce.
I know, but and
Apollyon tells her, oh, they were mates.
She was referencing Adis and Thea. That's all. When she made that interview, that was prior to Hofast coming out.
No, because CC2 was already out and we already knew that they were a thing. Thank you very much.
She's only referencing Adis and Thea. Then who do you think? Do you seriously think Nesta and Cormac? I mean, come on.
I don't think it's Nesta and Cassian. I do not see him fucking surviving. If he survives, I will be stunned. Stunned. I'm telling you, they are either the fucking rejected mates trope because it's not going to be the obvious, or, as I have said 1 billion times, it's going to be the end game by death trope. And then she's going to find her real mate, who's Cormac. through worlds, he's not gonna care that Prithian doesn't have fucking technology because he grew up in Avalon without fucking technology. His prophecy was to rule. Rune's prophecy was to rule. Both of them say, oh, we have the same fate. We have the same fate. Which is why when you were saying that the Sleeping Beauty means that Tamlin's gonna die, that actually scared me. Because if Rune is Tamlin's son, and Cormac helps Nesta rule Dusk, and their fate is the same, if Tamlin dies, is Rune supposed to rule Spring?
I wouldn't be surprised. I'm going to tell you something. At this point, we, based off of Hofast, we know things about SJM. She's, to be, in my opinion, changing as a writer. I think she changed the trajectory.
I think it was just rushed because she had a baby.
I don't. I think that things are changing. I think her mind's changing because of her kids or what. I don't know if it's her kids or just she's changing stuff around. I think anything is gonna go.
That's why it would be perfect for her to bring in the Mates Across Worlds and that Cassian isn't because you even said that it was weird that she was making Cassian worse, making Rhys worse. Why?
I agree. I think she is making them worse. I don't know why. I'm angry. I'm upset. I have no idea why she would do
Rhys,
that.
I said on my Instagram, I do think that Rhys's is just a consequence of coming back from death. Not once, but almost, well, once, but almost twice now, without consequence. Because Helion says it does not work that way. But
Yeah,
somehow it worked that way.
They all told Feyre on multiple occasions, bringing someone back to life is not, they're not the same. I don't know what that means.
It's just like Hypaxia, like when she was trying to figure out the whole necromancy thing, and the Underking kept intervening. Like, is the mother intervening? Like, are there going to be consequences? Is this why Rhys is getting angrier and angrier and angrier every book? Is this going to be, as we said earlier, like, is this going to be like, oh, maybe Moore has to take over for a little bit because he's going out of his mind. They have to figure out what's wrong with Rhys. Because honestly, we know she loves Phazand. We know that Phazand was in Nessian's book with the pregnancy. They have to have some sort of continuing arc in the other books, even if they're not the main characters, right?
I don't know. I would hope so, but I'm not convinced that that's entirely true.
Well, we have the Koshi War. We have, whatever the fuck Jurian is doing. We have Vass's curse. We have the Valkyries now. We have, Asriel still looking for his mate, who obviously I think is Gwen. But we have even people connecting Gwen and Rhys, which I don't like. But they're like, oh, they were both sexually assaulted and raped for whatever. Like, I don't
why
like
that has nothing.
I do not like that comparison at all because it was completely different situations. But they're like, oh, they're gonna be friends or whatever. But I don't see that. But like, we have people making all these connections, and I just think that I don't know. I think Rhys's slow degradation is going to be interweaved with whatever these stories are, especially because he can't stand Nesta, especially because she has a continuing arc going forward. So what would be Phazand's continuing arc other than, oh, they're just parents now? Like, it's not.
Well, I think we figured out a couple of things, right? It's the Nyx storyline. I always thought it was going to be Lucian being High King. I was very convinced of that, but I think that it's going to be Nyx. What?
I found a quote. Well, Feyre says, you fit into the spring court as little as I did. You enjoyed its pleasures and diversions, but don't pretend that you weren't made for something more than that. And he said,
You
where
say
exactly?
the solution? Okay.
And he says, where exactly do you believe I will fit in? The night court. And she says, I didn't have an answer. I didn't have one, honestly. And then when they go back to the townhouse, so then Rhys is talking to Feyre. This is after they get back from the ice thing and they have sex and they leave Lucian downstairs, all dirty and annoying. They're awful hosts. But anyways, Rhys says, Cassian let me into his mind just now to show me what happened on the ice. He stroked a thumb over the hurt, the touch feather light. Eris was always a male of limited days. Now Lucian might find himself closer to inheriting his father's throne than he ever expected to be. And this was before the High Lords meeting, before he knew that Helion was his father, before Feyre figured it out. So Rhys knows that Lucian is just as powerful as Eris.
Well, it's just another reason why he backs Elaine and Lucian being together, I think. Because then he has
find himself closer to inheriting his father's throne than he ever expected to be. And then, again, we have Lucian saying, or Feyre saying, like, oh, what you did as a kid was more High Lord-like than that of an idle unwanted son. And he's like, do you think that's why my brothers did their best to break and kill me? Like, he knows he has some sort of heir power. Like, he's like, they just don't think I was dumb enough to kill my way up the long list. But that never made sense to me because it's hammered into us again and again and again that it's whoever's the next most powerful. It doesn't just go by like age. It's just whoever's the next most powerful. That's why they wanted to kill Eris at the meeting with the Feybane antidote. They're like, you could take it, you can get killed off, we'll be the heir, right? Baron was like, they won't, they'd be glad to see you drop dead.
Right. Yeah.
So the fact that I didn't remember that Rhys was like, oh, he'll inherit his father's throne if Eris is dead. What?
Oh yeah. Well.
And Feyre says, which was weird to me, and I don't know if it was a thin place, but she said, we went to the Autumn Court through one of the doors.
Kind of cool. I know. I'm like, I want pictures of these things. I want to see how this is happening and how SJM imagines it. So I don't know. There are a couple thin places in Prythian that I think that we know about.
And then Amren studies his metal eye. Clever work, she says. Then turns back to Feyre.
Clever work.
Weird.
Fucking Amren.
Fucking
Amren. Like calls to like. She's impressed. Something's clever. If Amren's calling something clever, you know that's the real deal.
Nuon! What the fuck, girlie? And she fashioned.
You know it.
She fashioned her body after Nuon's.
I know.
Okay, hello.
We're back.
I was just talking to Olivia, and I wish we had recorded it, but I'll recap real quick. She was talking about how, like, I like Helion and Lady Autumn, and I want them to have a happy ever after and everything. And, of course, she was like, well, you know, Helion had the choice, and he could have gone after her and all that. And I had to remind her, because now I'm rereading ACOWAR, that Lady Autumn's parents sold her to Baron. Baron was a High Lord. Helion was not a High Lord when he met her at the Equinox Ball, because if you remember in Akamath, Rhys tells Feyre, I believe it's Rhys, tells Feyre about the rebellion, which was the Day Court, which is Helion's court, the Summer Court, and the Winter Court, and how their High Lords were killed by Amarantha during Amarantha's whole thing, which was after Lady Autumn was already married to Baron and already had children. So Helion would not have had a shot, even with her parents, because he was not a High Lord then. Baron was.
All right. Well, when you say it like that, it makes a little bit more sense. But the story, when Moore's recounting it, is still, it sounds like she waited for him and she kind of had a choice.
Okay.
She waited for him and he didn't show up.
No.
She waited.
First of all, this is Morrigan, let me just say.
Read.
Secondly, no, she says, rumor has it that she met a certain someone else at an Equinox Ball about, I don't know, however long earlier. And, you know, she waited for him or something. But then Helion says, really? Because I heard that her parents had already sold her to Baron and all this stuff. So they probably did fall in love at the Equinox Ball, but I bet her parents had already engaged her to Baron.
Okay. I feel like that could have been told better in the books because it was kind of like a very confusing, like,
Oh, we better be getting
change.
that side story in Lulu's book. We better.
Well, apparently Lulu's not getting a book, Melanie, based off last night's
Lulu's getting a book with Elaine. Hello.
timeline info that you sent me via text. You're like, she's sticking to the timeline. And I'm reading it, and it was like Nesta, Elaine,
It was
and then
Nesta,
there were, like,
Azriel, Elaine, and more.
more, and then
But you have
Azriel
to think.
was last.
But she also called
There's-
Nesta's book, and like Cassian was a POV. So in Elaine's book, it's going to be Lucian's POV, and for Azriel's book, it's going to be Gwen's POV.
I want to know why Cassian didn't get a book.
And in
Like, why-
Moore's, I swear to fuck if it's not Eris, I'm going to fight somebody. Because we need their history, and I need to know what he knows about his mother and Helion and Lucian, and I just need his secrets so badly.
Also, I'm upset because it's like there's no Tamlin book. If she's following the timeline, there's no Tamlin book. But then, like, why did she post that story
No, but
on her
did
Instagram
you see the
other
other
day?
video I sent you?
No, I didn't see it. I was very upset, and I was just like, "F it, I'm going to bed."
That's what I sent you the second one to unupset you. She said, contractually, I am obligated to write 3 more books, but let's be
Oh.
honest, it's going to be a lot more than that.
I highly doubt that. I
don't.
honestly doubt it.
It's her most successful series. It's making her rich. She's gonna
I-
ring it out. Ring it
So,
out.
like, I know this might be kind of controversial to say, right? But she has 2 children, right? She might have another, who knows? I don't know. Being a mom of 2 myself, I feel like I could see her kind of like having her priorities shift and being like, you know what? I'm not going to contractually add more books to my ACOTAR series because I'm exhausted and I can't do this. So we're just going to let it be.
But if you take like her age, I don't think she's that much older than you. I don't think. So
I think she's like 3 years older than me. Well,
yeah.
yeah.
So like if you take her age, like if she just stops writing like the most popular series, if she stops writing whatever, like that money is not going to last forever. She's going to have to fucking continue writing because that's literally her day job.
I know.
It's her job.
I like wonder, does she get to like sit at home all day and like just like write and like think? And
well,
I mean, that's awesome.
Gushed over Josh and how like, oh my God, he'll take care of the kids while I'm holed up in my office just writing away and all this stuff. And she's like so in love with him.
Oh, I have to say that's really sweet. Like to have someone do that for her while she like cranks out these like massive
She's
books.
like, I go in my office and I shut the door and I like block out everyone and everything. And then I was like, that's such a Feyre line. I blocked it all out. I blocked it all out.
Yeah, it is a Feyre line. Oh my God.
I blocked it all out.
I swear to God, I swear she based Feyre off of her. I truly believe that.
And then she was
But
like,
now
actually, maybe I'm more of a Nesta. But
Yeah,
I still think she's more of a Feyre.
I think she's more of a Feyre. Like I see Feyre in her.
I see Feyre.
But also, what I find interesting is that there was someone put on Facebook the other day, like an article or something, and someone was like, so is it true? Did we talk about this? That Rhysand is based off of Josh? And she was like, not having it. She was like, the only thing about Rhysand that is similar to Josh is that I get to be unconditionally loved on like an everyday basis or something. So I'm a little confused because I thought
and his birthday and his hair color. And literally the way he looks, and literally everything about him.
I know. So I'm
to be fair,
really?
That interview was before Akamath came out, so she was still trying to ride the Tamlin train at that point.
Really?
I'm pretty.
Wait. The interview where
that was the one. That was the interview when she's in the library, right?
I think so. Where she says he's nothing like my husband.
Lies.
I'm very confused by that.
Lies. Nope. not having it.
I feel like she's
I could see
kind
you,
of
Morgan.
yeah.
All of the female characters are just little personality traits of
I was thinking that the other day. I'm like, oh, Elaine, she probably kind of has like a little creative. It's like her writing
She has
side.
a garden.
Does she? There you go.
She's
Wait,
like,
how do you know she-
remember, because she was like, oh, when I was pregnant, I like went out and sat in my garden, and I was like thinking of what Elaine's story would be.
it's literally like you take Sarah, but I guess every writer's like this, and you just like break her down into like all these different characters, and you're like, holy shit, this is.
But
I thought about that though.
This is why I'm so shocked at Tamlin though, because she had no basis for Tamlin at all. No basis, except like Beast from Beauty and the Beast and the Ballad of Tamlin. So like after those stories were over, she just didn't know what to do with him.
It was really weird. She says, and it does feel like that. She even said in an interview, she's like, he was my hardest character to write. And I'm not quite sure. Did you see that?
Not.
And I'm like, I don't know. Really? He's your hardest character to write? You have so much to go off with him. Like,
is this why she, like, you have like him doing all this heroic shit because she doesn't really want to make him a bad character, but then you have Feyre's entire narrative saying he's a piece of shit, he's did this, I don't like him, I won't talk to him again, I'm just gonna send him a letter. So then you have the whole fandom who's like, well, Feyre says this, and Feyre says this, and this is what happened, even though it's not what happened, it was just Feyre's assumption of what happened. So it's like she's keeping him like she just has no idea where she wants to go with it.
Yeah, I actually truly believe like that's where her head's at. I think that's how she feels about him.
Because because everyone is like, what he said at the meeting was uncalled for. And
I loved it. That meeting was like on fire. I was like, go Tamlin, go.
I've said this before and people hate me, but I'm like, that's the least she fucking deserved for burning down his court, please. But they hate that. And then she writes him fucking saving her and Azriel and Elaine from Hybern. Like, even if he still had feelings for her, like, he didn't have to save Az. He didn't have to save Elaine. He didn't have to save Briar. Because Azriel was holding the girls.
I know. It's
we know that Azriel and Cassian hate him already.
I know.
He could have just saved Feyre in that moment of, okay, these beasts are 2 seconds away from jumping on me. I have maybe half a second to send my wind power. Where am I going to send it so that either one of them or all of them can make it to the rift that Azriel ripped in? It's
bizarre. It's seriously so weird. The way I've never, and I say this over and over again, I have never heard an author talk about her character the way Sarah talks about Tamlin. It's the most confusing thing because her interviews, but the way she writes him
she doesn't know. She doesn't know what she's gonna do. Like, Sarah, let me be your ghostwriter for Tamlin. I am begging you. You don't even need to pay me. I will do it for free. I will insert his storyline into your fucking books for free.
Yeah. Yeah.
Please,
I would love that.
Reach out to me.
I would love that. He's such a great.
We have she has all these fucking clues about Lorin. She has all these fucking clues about Briar. She has the history with Rhys and what Cassian and Azriel knew. She has what happened with Feyre. She has his history with his father and Amarantha and Hybern. And what the fuck did he know when he was a child from that? You have so much shit to go on for Tamlin.
Yeah.
You can't say you don't know when you have so much to pull from.
I know. There's literally so much for him, but I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I honestly, I can't get my hopes up about anything with her anymore because truly, she'll post the spring stories on her Instagram and then, the next book's going to be, fucking Lucian's or Eris. It'll be so totally out of, left wing.
I still think it'll be, Azriel's, but if it's Azriel and Gwen's, see, this is my thing.
Then why post the spring stories?
I know. This is my thing. Everyone after Hofast was like, it's gonna be Azriel and Gwen's book. It's gonna be Azriel and Gwen's book. But like you said, she does like to flip-flop on us just to keep things interesting. So maybe it will be Lucian's book first. Because
it would be so random. It would be so out of left field. Like, we don't even know where Elaine's been lately. Like, it's bizarre.
Well, Lucian is currently in the Spring Court, if you remember.
But how do you go from, all right, Nesta, figure out what that 8-pointed star on your back is, to, oh, it's a beautiful day in the Spring Court. Tamlin's on his deathbed. Lucian and Elaine fucking hate each other.
You know that's what she's gonna do.
Oh yeah, Elaine's just gonna be like, I fucking hate Lucian. It's gonna be like that for half the book.
Hey, no, we're not going with that false narrative, because you fucking know that in her head she's going, this man is fucking fine, but I am terrified of this bond. I don't belong to no man. And she just wants to be an independent woman. Even though every time it comes around, she's just like, he's so fucking hot. Fuck, the bond is making me feel shit. And then she just scuttles away again. And so that's what this fucking is. Because again, the fucking half step, when he goes and he's like, when Moore's like, it's gonna be dangerous to go and find the queens and, you know, Jurian and Miriam and Papa Archer, it's gonna be dangerous. And he's like, whoa, it'll be boring if it wasn't. And then Elaine's like, but he's already fucking gone because Reese fucking winnows him too fast. God damn it.
Good. I'm glad he winnowed him too fast, because Elaine doesn't deserve that. She's been treating my man like shit.
No,
you know what?
She doesn't.
Yeah, she has. She's been
she has not.
Awful woman. Awful.
No, every time he has spoken to her, she has spoken back to him.
Forced. She's forced to speak. She's like, because she's too nice to say no. Feyre nudges her and she's like, you should come back to the Spring Court with us. That's how it went down. Nudge from Feyre. It wasn't up
okay,
her own.
But the thing with it felt like a string tied to a rib. Like, that was a pretty good moment. She was not angry or anything in that moment. She was actually kind of intrigued before she was thrown into a fucking vision. I hate you, SJM. I'm so mad. She was having such a good fucking rapport with him right in that moment. And he's all like blushing. And Farrah's like, I don't know what he's blushing about, but it's not what we want to know. And I was like,
okay, but I want to know. Tell me what. I want to know, what does this mean? She's like holding, wait a second. Oh wait, I had it. I had a teacup. Where did I go? Elaine's sitting there. And the teacups, what does that mean? Explain that to me. Is she like nervous? Is she like, oh, he's tugging
no,
at
like
it?
even when it was on the fucking table, the teacups were rattling. It's their fucking power. I'm telling you, their main bond is the fucking strongest because she knew about the bond first. She was staring at him before he said anything. You would think that she would turn to Nesta and be like, oh, Nesta, because Nesta was freaking out, crying, holding her, like grabbing her, and she was like staring over Nesta's shoulder to Lucian, whose face she'd finally taken in. Brown eyes met one of russet and one of gold. And like, I fucking love that moment because Elaine's like, get off of me. I'm looking at my gorgeous mate right now. My man right now.
I really admire the writing of when like it was explaining the cauldron. I don't know why, but I was like, her writing was so good here. When it like got poured over and it was like sloshing like
the black
ocean.
Inky water. Yes.
And then she was like, it like sloshed like the ocean, and then Elaine was there, and I was like, I could just imagine that perfectly.
That. Yeah. And then, which I also kind of forgot, when Nesta's dumped out, Lucian scoops her up and like moves her away from the rush of water.
Nesta?
No, Elaine. Because Elaine's still on the floor. It said Lucian like hoisted her up and away from the wave of water, whatever.
I swear.
You know she still fucking has that coat. You know she still fucking has that coat. She's fucking sniffing that coat every night.
She sleeps on it every night. Like, oh, that's the best. What I want to know though is, why is their bond the strongest? Somebody explain this to me, because Faizan is the main peoples. So why? because I was convinced that Lucia was
She
going
was
to
gonna be High King, yeah.
but I'm not quite sure anymore. I
Well,
think she might
after
change-
that whole thing that we said the last time we filmed with Lucian and how Reese somehow knows that he's as strong as Eris. But then we have the fucking Azrael bonus chapter where he's just blowing smoke up his ass. And he's like, oh yeah, you'd win the blood duel, but don't do a blood duel. Because really you won't. Like, stop. Like, because the thing is, if he had explained to Azrael why, like, if he didn't take Azrael's side and wasn't like, oh yeah, I know you'd win. And if he was like, Lucian would win against you, bro. Azrael would be like, how? How would he win against me? How do you think? Blah, 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 blah. You know, he'd want an explanation. And Reese can't really do that. Not only because of his mother, but because, like, it's not really his business.
Yeah.
Which is why he claims he doesn't go into people's heads without permission. Feyre does. But I think that, I mean, Lucian is the son of not just a High Lord, now Helion, but we have that whole thing about that I was talking about, how Helion was describing Lady Autumn and how Feyre was describing Lucian like after the meeting, and he's like, oh shit, he's Helion's son. And then she tells Reese and she's like, but how is that possible? He has fire magic. He has like Baron's fire magic. And Reese is like, well, Baron wanted Lady Autumn because her family were very powerful fire-wielding nobles or whatever. And so then she's like, it's his mom's fire, not Baron's. It's his mom's gift. And she says this again in a later scene, and she's like, his mother's fire or whatever, right? And like, I thought that was so cute. So I think it's because not only because his mom is super powerful, which, girl, where is your fire? Gain your fucking gumption and burn this motherfucker to a crisp.
I know.
So not only is Helion High Lord super powerful, but his mom is also actually canonically very powerful.
Yeah.
And so then we have Lucian. And especially if we're right about the Autumn Court also having some Starborn through his mother's line, which makes a whole lot of sense, which brings me to my notes, actually.
Bring him out. Let's do it.
I had a bunch of notes, but you remember when we were having the discussion about Under the Mountain and how nobody had their powers and how I was confused because I said, I don't believe Lucian's story that Amarantha gave him his healing magic back.
Yeah.
And it made no sense that he had powers under the mountain because nobody had powers under the mountain. And then I realized Lady Autumn had powers under the mountain because she fucking helped Feyre with their task.
With the water.
For sparing my son's life.
Yeah. Yeah. But like also, I always found this weird, not to like glaze over whatever. That Amarantha wasn't like, how did she get this floor clean when I gave her nothing but dirty water? Who interfered? Like, she never followed up on that.
I think Amarantha just doesn't really know the scope of humanity. She was just like, oh, okay, she did it. Like, I think she was just always kind of stupid.
Yeah.
You know.
I was surprised that we didn't see Lady Autumn being dragged in front of Amarantha being like, all right, I'm going to kill her because she helped you with your task. Like, you know what I mean?
But see, that's the thing. Like, the fucking sly foxes, man. It's Lulu and his mom and Eris. Like, and also I love the fact that how in Act of War, Feyre literally says his mother's favorite son.
That's such a Feyre comment, though. She's so like, oh, fucking Feyre.
Well, because then she's like the son that she always wanted with her lover instead of lover mate. Yes, but like I know. Did I tell you? I told you. I think I told you. It's another follow-up, but I'm trying to keep my brain straight right now.
I know. That's okay.
I'll get there.
Let's keep it there.
So yeah, she was like, his mother's favorite son. And I thought that was so cute. I don't know. He needs
so
to
sweet,
know.
so sad for all her other sons because it's like she doesn't give a shit about Eris. Clearly,
Oh,
she's like,
she does. She does give a shit about Eris. Eris protected her during the meeting, so they have a
Yeah.
thing going too. But all the other ones, she's like,
she's like, I don't care that I birthed you.
they're just like fucking Baron, my abuser. So they
Yeah,
can go burn
yeah.
in hell too. Like she just cares about like her oldest and her baby.
And her youngest, the
Yeah.
two.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
But this was the point that I was just about to bring up when you said like, according to me, they're mates or whatever.
Yeah.
Do you remember the scene when they're attacked by the ravens in the library?
Okay. Yeah.
And Reese comes back after that and he's all bloody and he has like all of their blood or whatever. And he's like, I ripped him apart with my bare hands or whatever. And he's all growly because he's still like kind of beastly, I guess, at that point. And Feyre like notes that or whatever. And then after Helian's telling her the story of how Lady Autumn's sisters died, got like mauled by Hybern beasts. Like they gave her time to run because like they loved her and all this stuff. And I was like, oh,
It was really sad that her sisters. I know. I teared up at that.
and Feyre was thinking of like Nesta and Elaine.
Yeah.
So was Lady Autumn the baby too? Was that the thing?
I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know. Because Baron spread them out among his territories, fucker. But I did mention before that the Autumn Court would be warded, so Helian spell cleave to get to her. So how did he know that she was in trouble? First of all, a mate thing would know, just like Cassian. No, just like Azriel said.
No, you're wrong. Go on.
No,
you're wrong. This
just
was
like Azriel
war.
says, if something happened to Nesta, you would know, right? Because he believes in their mate bond, right? So,
Gosh.
how would Helian know that she was getting attacked?
No,
Explain
okay.
it.
No, it was during a war. Remember, it was during a war. The shields were not up. Everything was down. So
okay, so he's fighting in the war. He's not directly next to her. How would he know that she was getting attacked in that moment? So, anyways, continuing my point, she's talking about that whole story or whatever, and Helian's like, I found her cornered by a ravine, and I ripped them apart with my bare hands. And she's like, huh, there's a lot less messy ways to do that with your magic. And then she goes, and then I thought back to what Reese did for me, ripping apart the ravens with his bare hands. And she made the connection of mates there. She basically confirms that they're mates.
Wow, you are right.
I am right.
You are right. She did say that.
She did say that. They are mates.
Oh my gosh.
That's how he knows. That's how he knows what is happening to her. Because as he said, he leaves bruises and shit where no one can see them. So then how do you know, Helian?
Does Helian know for a fact? Do we know that he knows?
Yeah. Yeah. Like he knows when she's getting hurt.
Wow. The fact that he stays away is pretty impressive or shitty, depending on how you want to look at it.
Well, she
chose to stay. Like, is that a good enough reason? I don't know.
So here's my thing. Again, this is Feyre's POV, so I guess you can take it or leave it. But then Feyre says that she realized, right after she says like that Raven line, I think she realizes she's like, she stayed with Baron because of Lucian. Because she knew that, because I think it's Helian. Was it him or Reese? Anyways, one of them realizes that Lady Autumn got pregnant and Baron knew she was pregnant. And then Feyre was like, she stayed because she was pregnant. And she knew that if Baron found out it wasn't his kid, he'd kill him. He'd kill her. And then and then she's like, after he was born, like, you know, he has the red hair and like he has the fire. Like, Baron couldn't prove without reasonable doubt that he wasn't his. Which technically kept Lucian alive, which is why Lady Autumn stayed.
It's interesting to me too, but I guess you can't really get into the mindset of like an abused woman unless you've been like an abused woman before, because this is kind of like the age old, like, why don't they leave? Why?
Yeah. And then they're like, well, you know, staying protects me better than leaving because then I'll be looking over my shoulder or whatever.
And that is true.
And like she had Lucian to think of, like he was a baby then.
He's a baby. You can't leave when they're babies. You really can't leave until they're grown. Like,
yeah, and she had like other boys too.
Yeah.
She had all the other boys too. And like Eris being the heir, like he was stuck there regardless. So she might not have stayed for Lucian. I actually think that she stayed for Eris.
Really? I'm really surprised by that because Eris is the heir, and that's what you're saying. That's the reason behind it.
Because he wouldn't be able to leave anyway.
Because he has to stay in the Autumn Court.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, Lady Autumn is playing the long game. She knows that Baron, he's older than her. Hopefully, he's going to die
500 plus years older than her.
Yeah. He's like, I have to wait it out until he dies. I have to wait it out. Like, it's bound to happen. She was probably like, holy shit, there's a Hybern war. Maybe he'll die. Oh, no, Baron's still alive.
That's why when Eris like apologized to Moore, it was like pride showed on his mom's face. Like, she loves him too. When Feyre was like, she stayed for Lucian, like, so he wouldn't kill Lucian. But then after, when Baron already couldn't prove that Lucian wasn't his son, she was like, okay, I'm safe in that regard. So if I leave, I have to leave Eris here with him. And I'm not going to leave him here with him alone. Like, he already abuses Eris horribly. Like, Eris is a grown adult now or whatever, but like, he's still her son.
That's true. Well, it's funny because it's like, I don't know. I guess I do see like that relationship between her and Eris. I just don't see her caring about her other children at all. So like, I guess I kind of lumped Eris in too, that she like didn't.
That's just because Feyre and Rhys do because of Moore.
Yeah, that's the problem.
They're like, oh, and the other sons. And then they're like, Eris, and he's so blah, blah. Like, he shielded his mom at the meeting. I'm willing to bet he took more than enough beatings for her. Right. And I think he probably knows about Lucian. I mean, he definitely knows about
I think he knows about Lucian too.
I think that's what I think that Eris, like, again, keep in mind that Eris is one of the only people who can scent individual people. Like a bloodhound, like we said. Their lineage. So I think that he already knew, without her having to tell him, that Lucian was not his father's son. And so Lady Autumn had to be like, look, like, he's gonna kill him, like, whatever, because I don't know. I feel like Eris had a big hand in protecting Lucian when he was growing up.
I do too.
It's like everyone's headcanon. But like the way that I don't know, the whole thing with Jasminda, it's just giving like big brother protective. I know I don't want you to die shit, because like he refused to kill Jasminda. Baron literally threw him in the dungeon. He probably got lashed or whatever the fuck the horrible punishment is. I'm assuming it's lashing because in as we've said in Akasif, he's like squirming his back and like all this stuff. So like lashing is usually the punishment. Yeah. So he's like, by the time I woke up or whatever, which mirrors Lucian under the mountain. By the time I woke up, like, they were hunting him, and I had to get word to Tamlin to like get the hell to his border. So he really cares about Lucian. He just cannot show it.
I really love this topic. I want to talk about the Lucian Eris cabin scene with the Band of Exiles because they always talk about hating each other, but it's very confusing.
All right, hello, we're back.
Hello.
Ooh, I am actually in another one of my t-shirts.
Okay, so I'm seeing, are these all the courts?
It's all the courts.
I love it. I love
Spring,
it.
summer, autumn, winter, dawn, day, night.
So cute.
With their little sigils. I guessed on some of them, but you know.
I love
Like
it.
the rose, and then I did like a starfish and autumn leaves, and then I did like a snowflake, I did dawn, I did a sun, and then I did obviously the mountain with the 3 stars for the night court.
I love it. I was actually rereading Akamath with Feyre and Reese going to the summer court and all of the emerald green and the sea foam green and blues. And I'm like, that starfish is like the perfect color of green.
Yeah. I in that Nyx and Rosie fic when they're in the summer court, someone like for chapter 2 when I was like describing like kind of the palace or whatever, I have the hardest times with descriptions, and this comment was like, "Oh my God, I love your descriptions. It was so beautiful, and I can picture it in my mind." And I was like, "Really?"
You're like, that's amazing
Thank
because
you.
I really struggle with
I was
that.
like, that was the best compliment because I literally spent like a half an hour just on this little paragraph.
I love it. I love it. I'm so excited. So, ma'am, I went to your do you have a website? There's like a website. I don't know if it's your author account or not, but I did not realize you had an ebook that was already out. Is that right?
Yeah, I have
So
a self-published poetry book.
I love that. I literally I had no idea.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
amazing.
It's like there's like 13, I think, poems in it.
Mhm.
And yeah, so the ebook is actually it's on Kindle Unlimited, and there's also a link for the physical book, which is like a little book, but there's a link for the physical book, which is like $10 on you know, a book selling website. So
I love that.
and
That's
one of
so cool.
one of my poems was actually in an anthology a couple years ago as well. So
So tell me what
unfortunately, it was one of the really long poems, so they had to cut it in half, which sucked, but
don't you hate that? I'm just gonna go creep on your website just a little bit more.
But yeah, so it is available in ebook form, and it's available in physical form as well.
Well, we are all just patiently waiting for Fated to Rise and then the pen pal story, which is driving me crazy over here.
I'm sorry. I've like stalled on that one so much. I don't know what's wrong with me. I've just been so in the mindset of like the romantasy one, which I finished chapter 34 last night, so that was good. I
That's
think I mentioned
amazing.
that. I think I mentioned
I love that.
But yeah, I don't remember if I put it in my bookcase. I think it's probably in my dining room bookcase, the anthology, but I'll have to show you guys next time.
I love it. I'm so excited.
Yeah, because you had to like, it was part of like a poetry contest, and then like, I think half were picked for the anthology or something. So it was pretty cool to get the
That's
letter where it's
amazing.
like, your poem was chosen. I was like, sweet.
That's amazing. Hello, that's big. That's like a really big deal. So congrats on that.
Thanks. Anyways, finally getting back to what we were talking about last night. We left off talking about Lucian and his powers and Eris and that whole thing.
Yeah.
And I mentioned how, again, how Lucian kept his powers under the mountain. And then I mentioned how Lady Autumn kept her powers under the mountain. And so going back to the conversation that we had that only Starborn magic can counteract Asteri magic, that would make sense. Right? That would make a lot of sense. Because if Lucian has 2 parts Starborn, one from Helion, one from Lady Autumn, he would technically be the most powerful starborn under the mountain, aside
Mhm.
from Lady Autumn, since it flows through her line directly. I think the only reason that Tamlin's magic couldn't do that was because Amarantha had previously cursed him, so it was already weakened. So she already previously weakened him.
Yeah.
So he had like a double, like a kind of like a fail safe.
Yeah,
So that
like there was no way Tamlin was getting his magic back, basically.
yeah, she was like, I need to doubly curse this
Yep.
vessel, like, you know. Because yeah, I think him and Lucian's might be equal, maybe. I don't think Lucian knows though. I think that's
I
where
think,
the difference
yeah.
lies.
Yeah, I
He
think
does.
that we will find out that Lucian and Tamlin are pretty on par for each other.
Yeah.
And Lucian and Reese, for that matter.
Yeah, yeah. Reese was like, and just the fact that he's like ignoring, like he knows how powerful Lucian is. He knows he's mentioned. And the fact that he's just like not telling anybody, making Azriel believe he's tougher. And like he's playing the long game here too. Which, what the fuck?
Yeah. I think that Reese, it's funny because Azriel is very powerful in his own right, but I think that Reese knows that at some point Lucian's going to be, I think he knows he's going to be a High Lord at
Yeah.
some point if we
Oh,
don't
yeah,
go with the
yeah.
High King storyline. So he's like, okay, he's another fellow High Lord of the
Oh,
Day
yeah,
Court
he
or
knows
whatever.
now. And so there's this, it brings me back to that cabin scene that I actually wanted to go over quote by quote because I was highlighting it last night after you mentioned it, and there's a lot of stuff with Lucian that I don't think I've ever caught that's really suspicious.
I love it.
Lucian says or acts a lot of shit that's really suspicious in this scene, which I don't know, maybe Lucian's book is next. Now.
I think
No.
that Illusions book, if I know we were all wanting a Tamlin book with like the spring court or whatever, but I don't think that we're getting it. I think it's probably gonna be Elaine.
I think that the Illusion book and the Tamlin book, I think they're going to be the same book. I think
The
they're
same
going
book.
to
So
be
it might be a
dual.
Tamlin Illusion
Going to
book.
be a
Yeah.
dual, yeah. Because
Yeah.
let's be
Yep.
honest, I think Elaine being very spring court coded now is going to help Lucian bring Tamlin back.
I do too. Well, and that'll be interesting because she hates Lucian and Tamlin. At this point in the story, she hates Lucian and Tamlin.
She doesn't hate them. She's
She
never
said,
mentioned Tamlin, and she's been fine with Lucian every time he's spoken to her. I just think she's scared of the mate bond.
well,
That's
remember
the
that
thing.
one scene where she was like, "You betrayed us." Remember, like she's like
she was
sitting
talking to
there.
Lucian. That was the first time they ever spoke.
Yeah.
And like her wedding was in 2 days, so that's why she was like pissy.
She was like really struggling with
really,
that, you know?
Yeah, really pissy. But like the next time, like the next few times they talked, it was fine. And again, they have left them alone together twice now. And Feyre was
See,
like,
I'm convinced nothing has happened.
Feyre was like, I almost wanted to stay at the landing to see what was said, but I didn't. Like, of course you didn't.
See, I don't think anything happened. I'm like convinced that they just went their separate ways and that they didn't talk.
They're gonna stay in the same room and not talk at all.
Yes. Look at how she's treated. I think so. She's treated him awfully at this point. I honestly think all of their conversations have been on page. I'm convinced of it. Yeah.
I'm so convinced that it's kind of like a Mor and Eris thing where like they are talking in private. I'm just convinced, especially if she's going out before dawn and we're under the impression that she's helping Tamlin. Because Lucian is in the spring court at this point. He would know if she's showing
I don't know if she's helping Tamlin. I think the old Fae, because I've been thinking about it, she's either helping Tamlin or the old Fae she's helping is actually Koshi. And he's in disguise and he doesn't look like himself. And he saw Elaine and she's beautiful and he's trying to like recruit her to his lake camp, etc.
Anyway, let's go over some of the sus Lucian behavior and quotes from this chapter. So it's chapter 7 of Akasif. And I didn't know it happened this early. Is it chapter? Yeah, it's chapter 7. I didn't know it happened this early. I thought it was later on.
I didn't think it was that early either. That seems very early.
Yeah, odd. Anyways, basically they show up and he goes in the house or whatever, and it says Lucian's scarred, handsome face appeared. Also, Cassian is always like, he's handsome, he's handsome. What the fuck, Cassian? Oh, his
Cassian,
hair is so shiny. Cassian's like, what's your hair routine, dude?
I know. He's like, do you want to tell me like what shipping
Man
you
crush on Lucian.
I know.
Lucian's scarred, handsome face appeared, his golden eye whirring. And then Lucian says, I thought I sensed someone else arriving. I love his little eye.
Wait, who was he referencing?
Cassian, because Cassian showed up. He winnowed in with
But Lucian said he sensed someone else arriving. Who is
yeah,
he
him. He's
referencing?
like, oh, I thought I sensed someone arriving.
Oh, okay, got it.
Cassian stepped into the house, floorboards creaking beneath his boots. You just got here? No, Lucian said, and Cassian marked the tightness of his shoulders beneath the dark gray jacket he wore, the taut silence emanating from every stone of the house. He marked its layout in case he needed to fight his way to an exit, which, given the displeasure that Lucian radiated as he strode for an archway to their left, seemed a distinct possibility. So, Cassian knows Lucian's fucking powerful, then? If he was like, maybe I'll have to fight him to get out of this house. What? Without turning, Lucian said, Eris is here.
I love that he's just so like moody right now and like brooding, you know?
And then Cassian's like, I didn't reach for my knife. I had to block out the memory of Moore's battered face. Like,
Of course, we revisit this.
yeah, because of course you're fucking in love with Moore.
I know.
The fucking bastard had found her there and left her on that border. She had been on death's threshold. Cassian didn't care that Eris had convinced Care to delay his visit to Valaris, had apparently done so out of whatever shred of kindness remained in him. Didn't care that Rhys noted something in Eris that had earned his trust. None of that mattered to Cassian one fucking bit. His attention focused on the red-haired male seated near the roaring fire. In the surprisingly fancy parlor, he knew enough to keep tabs on an enemy. He's so overdramatic.
Cassian really is the drama mama of the group. Let's be real.
He's so dramatic. Eric,
he's kind of like a girl a little bit. A little bit.
Like, you sure? You sure, Cassian? Sure, Nest is the one you want? Eris lounged in a golden chair, legs crossed, his pale face the portrait of courtly arrogance. Just the way that Cassian fucking describes the autumn court males. He's like so jealous.
He's got a thing for them. He so definitely does.
Cassian's fingers curled every time he'd seen this prick. The last 5 centuries he'd struggled with it, the blinding rage at the mere sight of him. Eris smiled, well aware of it. Cassian. Lucian's golden eye clicked, reading Cassian's rage, while warning flashed in his remaining russet eye. The male had grown up alongside Eris, had dealt with Eris's and Baron's cruelty, had his lover slaughtered by his own father, but Lucian had learned to keep his cool. Right. Rhys had asked Cassian to do this. He should think like Rhys and like Moore and push aside the rage. Well, you are a brute, so...
Come on, Cassian. Hey, he's not a brute anymore. Don't say that.
He was vaguely aware of Vassa saying something, had noted and half dismissed the 2 humans in the room. Cassian. And then he was like convincing himself, yes, Eris is our ally, Eris is our ally, Eris is our ally. His head hurts. Too many things to calculate. He'd done it on battlefields, but these mind games and webs of lies. Why had Rhys asked him to do this? Yeah, because his mind cannot comprehend.
Melanie, lay off him. I love the dramatized reading that you're giving all of us.
That was in no way comparable to this. And then I love how like Eris knows, and he's like, leave the scheming to the heirs, brute. I love that. General Cassian, a pleasure. Jurian coughed and Cassian glanced to the human warrior. Once human, partially human, he didn't even know anymore. He'd been sliced apart by Amarantha, shoved in an eye, and his lingering bones had been used by Hybern to resurrect his body and return that essence into this form, the same one that had led armies on those long ago battlefields within the war. Who was Jurian now? What was he?
Ooh, I've never really thought about that line before.
From his spot on the ridiculously pink sofa by the far wall, Jurian said, "It only goes to her head when you call her that," because he said, "Your Majesty," to Vassa. I love Vassa. Vassa straightened her cobalt jacket, a sharp contrast to the red gold of her hair. I am a queen, you know. Jurian crossed an ankle over a knee, his muddy boots dull in the firelight. "Last I heard, your kingdom was no longer yours. Are you still a queen?" Vassa rolled her eyes at him, then looked to Lucian, who sank into the sofa beside Jurian, like the female had settled similar arguments between them before. I love that. "Did you come with news or orders?" Keenly aware of Eris's presence near the fire, Cassian kept his gaze upon Lucian. "We give you orders as our emissary." He nodded to Jurian and Vassa, "But when you are with friends, we only give suggestions." Eris snorted. Eris snorted. Cassian
I love
ignored
it.
him and asked Lucian, "How's the spring court?" He had to give Lucian credit. The male was somehow able to move between his 3 roles as emissary for the Night Court, ally to Jurian and Vassa, and liaison to Tamlin, and still dress immaculately.
He is jealous.
So jealous.
He's so jealous of him.
Lucian's face revealed nothing of how Tamlin and his court fared. "It's fine." Cassian didn't know why he'd expect an update regarding the High Lord of Spring. Lucian only gave those in private to Rhys. Eris snorted again at Cassian's fumbling, and unable to help himself, Cassian at last turned toward him. "What are you doing here?" Eris didn't so much as shift in his seat. "Several dozen of my soldiers were out on patrol in my land several days ago and have not reported back. We found no sign of battle. Even my hounds couldn't track them beyond their last known location," which, as we've gone over, is because it was the crown. And then he makes the note about the hounds, which I've said a million times, and none of them can winnow. "No, while the unit is one of my most skilled in combat, none of its soldiers are remarkable in magic or breeding." Breeding was tossed at Cassian with a smirk. "Asshole." Vassa said, "Eris came to see if I could think of any reason why his soldiers might have gotten into trouble with the humans. His hounds detected strange scents at the site of the abduction, ones that seemed human but were ... odd somehow." Because obviously, as we know, it was Breelin with the crown. Oh, Cassian, you believe a group of humans could kill your soldiers? They can't be that skilled then. Oh. Foot and mouth disease.
Burn.
"Depends on the human," Jurian said, the male's face dark. Vassa's was a direct mirror. Cassian grimaced. Sorry, some courtier." Dude, I'm telling you.
So basically,
he cannot be Nesta's fucking consort. He cannot. He can't
He's
even
learning.
be a fucking courtier.
Maybe that's why Rhys put him in this role, is because he knows what's happening for him in the future.
No.
Yeah.
No way.
It's clean. You can wear it. Ask Daddy to put it on you. Hey, you get a popsicle? You want to come out here? You want more? Here, Logan. Sorry.
And I'm still annoyed
Okay.
that, like, friggin' Grayson survived.
Grace is awful. I wonder if she's gonna bring him up in the later books.
It would be so funny if, like, Elaine kills him.
I'm so curious. I know. Do you think she would do that? I don't know. I
Well,
feel
if
like
she's under
something's
the
gonna
thrall of
happen.
Koshi, maybe.
Maybe.
As far as we've heard from Lord Grayson's forces, the humans here have kept to the old demarcation lines and have no interest in starting trouble, yet was left unsaid. And then he's like, fuck, his head hurt. He has no idea how to be royal. Come on.
He's learning. Give him a break.
Eris's gaze shot to him. Cassian reined in his curse. Perhaps he'd said too much. He wished more were here, but he'd save her that misery. Vasa's cerulean eyes darkened. We were just getting to that, actually. You've heard the same rumors we have. They're stirring again across the sea and are poised to start trouble. Are they stupid enough to do it is the real question, Jurian said. They're anything. So this is what was like Lucian. They are anything but stupid, Lucian said, shaking his head, but leaving a human scent at the site is so obvious a clue that it seems unlikely that it was one of them. Lucian, what do you know about the other human queens? They're
I was
anything
gonna
but
say.
stupid? Does this have something to do with like Tamlin knowing the Archeron's mom or the dad trading in whatever to get Vasa's approval? Like, what do you know?
There's definitely something there.
Vasa, any move they make is heavily weighed, Vasa said, glancing to the wall of windows overlooking the destroyed lands beyond, though I cannot think of why any of them would capture your soldiers. There are other Fae on the continent itself, so why bother to cross the sea to take yours? And why not the spring courts? Tamlin wouldn't notice anyone missing at this point. Vasa!
That's really awful that she said that. Why is she such a bee?
Because Jurian's probably been feeding her shit. She's with Jurian, Jurian's like, Tamlin. So Vasa's like,
And I don't understand why Jurian like took so much like joy from Tamlin falling either.
Lucian cringed, and Cassian, while inclined to smirk at the thought of the asshole suffering, found himself frowning. So this is what was like, okay, Lucian and Tamlin's book are going to be the same. This exact quote that I highlighted. It says, Cassian says, if war was coming, they needed Tamlin and his forces in fighting shape, needed Tamlin ready. Rhys had been visiting him regularly, making sure he'd be both on their side and capable of leading. How Rhys had managed not to kill the High Lord of Spring was something Cassian still couldn't understand. But that's why Rhys was a High Lord and Cassian his blade.
I don't know if that. I mean, yeah, it's definitely
Go
coming.
kiss his ass, Cassian. Go kiss his ass. I'm his blade. Yeah, he's never leaving Rhys for Nesta. Let's be real.
I don't know. He might be.
If he ever got the name of the human bastard who'd put his hands on Nesta, nothing would stop him from finding the man. And then he mentions the conversation, which it was in Wings and Embers. How she'd stiffened at his touch, and how he'd known, scented, and seen the fear in her eyes, and known that a man had hurt her or tried to. She'd never told him the details, but she'd confirmed it enough by refusing to share the man's name. He'd often contemplated how he'd kill him if Nesta gave him the go-ahead. Peeling his skin from his bones would be a good start. His friends would understand the wound that it pressed, how far the pain of that ancient wound would push him to go. A raised Illyrian camp was all that remained of the first and last time he'd let himself sink to that level of rage. Because his mom was also raped. And that's how he was born. Yeah. Rhys had appointed him to play courtier, to put aside the blade and use his words. It was such a joke.
He has to learn because he's moving courts.
Erison crossed his legs. I suppose this could be to sow tensions among us, to make us eye each other with suspicion and weaken our bonds. Hybern would have done that, Jurian agreed. He might have taught them a thing or two before Nesta had beheaded him. But Vasa just said, the queens require no teaching. They were well versed in treachery before they ever contacted Hybern, and have dealt with greater monsters than him.
The Asteri? Could the queens have dealt with the Asteri?
Perhaps.
Who else? I'm curious who they could have dealt with.
Cassian could have sworn flames rippled across her blue eyes. From Koshi, from the curse, probably. But is Koshi an Asteri? Because she's kind of referencing Koshi here, too.
Mm-hmm.
Both Jurian and Lucian stared at her, the former's face utterly unreadable, and the latter's pained. Pained, Lucian? Pained? What pains you so?
Well, that's concerning that he's pained when Vasa is talking.
About
so is that like a
greater monsters than
Vassian
Hybern?
reference?
No, because she says they're well versed in treachery, have dealt with greater monsters than Hybern. Why is Lucian pained by? Does he know stuff from Tamlin? Cassian
It
suppressed
seems
his
like it.
jolt. He should have asked someone before coming here how much time remained before Vasa would be forced to return to the continent, to the sorcerer lord at a remote lake who held her leash, blah, 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 and had allowed her to leave only temporarily as part of the bargain Feyre's father had struck. Bringing up the bargain.
What all does that bargain include?
Feyre's father, ... and Nesta's father. Cassian blocked out the memory of the man's neck being snapped, of Nesta's face as it had happened. Which of the queens would do something this bold? Brielin. She'd make no secret of her hatred for Nesta, her desire for revenge. And then this was when Cassian was thinking about Brielin attacking Nesta, and, you know, Lucian was like, easy, easy. And the flame had dominance in his eye. And I fucking love that so much.
I love it too.
And then he says, do you really think Brielin would do something like this? Be that blatant? And Lucian says, so Lucian isn't totally in the loop, because Lucian says, how would she even get there and vanish that quickly? Crossing the sea takes weeks. She would need to winnow to pull it off. And Jurian says the queens can winnow. They did so during the war, remember? But Vasa corrects him and says only when several of us are together, and it is not winnowing as the Fae do, but a different power. It is akin to the way that all 7 High Lords can combine their powers to perform miracles. Like how they brought Feyre back.
Yeah.
So all of the queens together, it's a different power. It's a collective power to perform miracles. Weird.
I don't even know where she could possibly take that storyline.
I'm kind of wondering how possible it would be if the Asteri took over the human queen's bodies at one point.
Interesting. That is an interesting thought.
Because why did they want to go in the cauldron so badly?
That's a good point. That's a very good point, actually.
Like Amryn, right? Unbind themselves, maybe? Maybe they were bound into human bodies, and then they're like, oh, we're queens of this realm, or whatever. Weird. Eris said, I have it on good authority that the other 3 queens have scattered to the winds. Winds. Cassian tucked away the information and the questions it raised. How did Eris know that? Brielin has been residing alone in their palace for weeks now, long before my soldiers vanished. How did Eris know that? Eris. Oh my god. The other's departure would serve to remove obstacles to her ambitions, but she'd only do this if she had someone of immense power behind her, perhaps pulling her strings. Even the fire seemed too quiet, as Lucian's eye clicked. Who? Now remember how we were like, when Lucian feels like anxious or whatever, like everything seems to go quiet?
Yeah. Yes, I remember us talking.
Even the fire seemed too quiet. Lucian's eye clicked. Who? If you wonder who is capable of making a unit of Fae soldiers across the sea vanish, look to Koshi. The bone carver's older brother, and then everyone's like, what? Yes, Koshi was the bone carver's older brother. Lucian and Jurian looked to her in surprise, but Vasa's gaze lay upon him. Fear and hatred filled it, as if speaking the male's name were aberrant. Koshi is no mere sorcerer. He's confined to the lake only due to an ancient spell. Because he was outsmarted once, everything he does is to free himself. So, I read this, and my first thought was, Bryce did not free the prisoners in the Dust Court. I think she accidentally undid Koshi's spell.
Well, that would make sense. She did. Well, what makes you think she undid it if she didn't free the prisoners, though?
Because remember, they felt like that big rumble and like this big burst of magic, and Nesta and Azriel were like, don't you dare release the prisoners. And they were like screaming at her. But like none of the prisoners were freed. So we don't really know what happened.
Oh, no.
Due to an ancient spell. Who confined Koshi and the Bone Carver and the Weaver? Who? Was it Celine?
That's what I want to know. Was it Thea or Celine?
Yeah, like who was it? And Cassian says, why was he imprisoned? And Vasa says, the story is too long to tell.
So Vasa knows it.
But know that
Well-
Breland and the others sold me to him, not through their own devices, but his, by words he planted in their courts and whispered to
Yeah.
them on the wind.
Yeah, yep, there you go. I was gonna say, yeah. There it is. There we go.
Isn't it Elaine that says something was whispered on the wind?
Yes, yes. Well, I don't know if she says on the, but the stones and everything are talking to her.
Yeah. All right, we're back.
It's a long day.
We got cut off again earlier today. At some point, we're going to stop saying that. At some point, maybe a couple seasons from now.
Yeah.
A couple years
Yeah.
from now.
We're working on it. We're going to try to find, we're taking a little bit of a break coming up here. So I'm going to try and figure some things out.
Yeah.
We will see.
We have a good, I know I say this all the time, but we have a good episode for April 14th. I'm like partially finished editing it, aside from obviously what we're filming right now. It's a pretty good episode.
Is it?
Yeah. Because I obviously I have to watch it over when I edit it. So I was like, huh. And then I like take down notes. That's what I do. And then like I post it and then like a few days pass and then I'm at work and I'm bored. And then so I rewatch our episode and then I take down more notes for the next episode.
I love it. I watch it when I'm in the car. Like I'll watch it and I'm like, oh man, you know. Like last week, I really hope that you cut out the Darth Vader like chokehold I put you in through the phone. I think we were talking about Cassian. I don't know actually, but I think we were talking about something along that. So hopefully you cut that out.
I don't know. I don't know what I cut out.
I know.
I usually
like,
cut out like any like background noise or like if we fuck up and then correct ourselves, I'll like cut out the fuck up. Which is actually kind of difficult because both of us talk really fast. So I'm like, I have to expand it and then go like millisecond by millisecond.
I know. I feel so bad that you're like doing all of that work. I truly feel like so guilty. And I'm like, it's awful. I feel bad.
I have time during work when we don't have prisoners.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, jumping right back in, we stopped where I was talking about Bryce possibly undoing Koshi's spell from Dust.
Yeah. You were talking about the big rumble of Power and Ezreal and Esther are like, don't freaking let him out.
Yeah. Yeah. And like, as far as we know, they're not let out. So what happened then?
Oh my God.
I feel like Koshi's spell was a replica of Thea's spell. But because she couldn't confine him to a coffin, or maybe she didn't have another coffin, who knows? And she also probably wanted to separate all of them too, so they couldn't combine their magic, right? As a collective, which like the queens or the High Lords. So I'm willing to bet it was like Vesperus in the coffin, Lanthus in the cell, you know, Amryn in a farther cell, and then Koshi in the lake, and the Weaver in the middle, and the Bone Carver in like a lower cell of whatever, because there were layers of dusk. And I'm just like, huh. So if Vesperus is free, do you think maybe they were all tied to her? I don't know.
First of all, I literally am loving the fact that you just named off all those people, because to me, when Reese was like explaining the history, like I was under the assumption that Daglin were dead, like all of them. But when
That's
you
what
look
they
back,
thought.
it's yeah. So
And remember,
really,
Amryn was like, they're the Daglin. Like, they're the Daglin, Reese. They're the Daglin. Like, she knew right off the bat. And
well, she did. It seemed to me, it seemed like she kind of like paused. She's like, "This is in our history, recent." Unless she's an amazing actress. When I read it, I was like, "Interesting." She's acting like she doesn't know.
it was almost near immediate though. Because Bryce was like, the Asteri. And Reese is like, we don't have people like that. And she's like, Reese, it's in our history. Fucking Daglin. Like, she knew. What the what the word was for them because she was the only one who could read the Book of Breathings. So did she know? Did she know from personal experience, or did she read it in the Book of Breathings and not tell anyone?
Oh my gosh. What? No, I don't know. I like to think because I'm still finishing up Fast, truthfully. It's been a very busy time. I still was under the impression that she was kind of like innocent. Like, there's a part of me that's like, she's totally a stary, but then there's a part of me I'm like, she doesn't know the names of the princes of hell when she's confronted about it.
Oh, does
She,
she?
I
Does she
know.
not?
Or is she acting? I don't know.
But there was that whole scene where she blocked everybody out of her fucking tent to read the Book of Breathings.
Why
She
would she
wouldn't
do
let
that?
anyone in.
Why?
And so I'm wondering, the Book of Breathings, as we know, the Asteri created it basically. I'm wondering, I made mention that the Hybern spellbook might have been like a recreation of what they remembered of the Book of Breathings. But did Celine own the Book of Breathings after they trapped the Asteri, or after they got rid of the Asteri to Midgard? When she came back, was the Book of Breathings there? Did she add to it?
I literally love that you brought this up because all day today, guess what I've been thinking about? The Book of Breathings, because I'm rereading Akamath. And I was like, why was one half of the Book of Breathings in, of all places, the summer court? The summer court?
Summer court.
Why?
You would
Why
think it would be like the Dawn court because they're true neutral.
Yeah.
The summer court?
I don't know. I find that very interesting. Like, did Celine have ties to the summer court? What do the
And
Asteri
the
not like
queens
water?
had
Like,
half, which, as I mentioned earlier, like they have a collective power, just like the Asteri had a collective power, and the High Lords have a collective power. And so it's just weird that they would have half of the book, and then like the summer court had half of the book. Like underwater, and like an underwater safe.
but that like people could kind of see because the tide was coming in and out, and like Feyre truly spotted it like really pretty easy, you know. And when
Cauldron maid or
yeah, like
maid,
calls to light, right?
Yeah. Which is actually interesting because if Nesta had been made at that point, I feel like she would have been able to locate it faster because she has more ties to like the Asteri magic because hers is considered different and she was different from how Elaine was made. And she took from the cauldron. I truly think that she took like part of the bad, like part of the Asteri magic from the cauldron.
I want to know so bad what she took. Like, please name it, SJM, because I need to know what Elaine took. I need to know
why I was convinced that the fucking Tog gods created the Asteri because it's Deanna's fucking moonfire. Her silver flames is Deanna's moonfire. Deanna was a piece of shit who like
really
pointed at a city and wanted to like raise it to the ground.
Okay, random question. Amryn can't be a Tog god, can she? Is she a Tog god, possibly? I haven't read that far. The next 2 weeks, I will be reading Tog.
Well, so she said she worked for a god or whatever, a vindictive god who wanted to raise cities. So I'm wondering if it's Deanna, and I'm wondering if that's why she wanted Nesta under her thumb this time.
Yeah.
That would be funny, I think.
That would be really interesting. Like what if Twilight of the Gods is just an in-depth series about the Tog gods, Deanna and like all of them. I mean, it'd be cool to kind of go and see them. Cool to see like Thea in, or you know, all of that. I want that prequel.
And I want to note that so Deanna pointed to the city when she possessed Aelin. And like she wanted to eat Aelin's magic.
Weird.
Eat
Aelin's
magic. pointed to the city. Hybern pointed at Feyre to break the bond. Koshi pointed at Brielin and Cassian to winnow them away. Nesta pointed at Hybern with a death promise.
Is it the
Also?
top? I don't know.
Is
Like,
it a Asteri thing? I don't know.
I don't know. Are the Tog gods and the Asteri the same?
I think that the Tog. So my theory is that the Tog gods created the Asteri to rule over somebody, and
Okay.
the Asteri basically rebelled against their rulers. And then and then it's kind of like history repeating itself. And then the Asteri tried to create the Illyrians to rule over, and the Illyrians rebelled with the Fae against the Asteri. So then they created the Archangels to rule over, and then the Archangels can rule over the Fae, who can rule over the humans. So it's like kind of the system of rebelling against or wanting to be the authority.
Mm-hmm. I find it interesting too, like I didn't remember this from Akamath, that the Illyrians are actually considered lesser Fae,
Mm-hmm.
which blows my mind because they were created by the Asteri. So to be, they would seem like they would be above them, right?
So, if I remember right, the Asteri, so the Asteri created the Archangels, right? But I'm pretty sure, like how did they create the Archangels? Was it like part Fae and part Asteri essence, or we don't know what the formula was for them, right? And I had this, I don't know. Basically, I went over this whole thing on my Instagram. It was a while ago. I'm not going to even look for it right now. It's probably so far down. But I have this whole explanation where I explain how the angels are lesser Fae, and how they basically explain that they created the Illyrians. The Illyrians rebelled for the Fae, and then the Fae basically like deemed them lesser Fae, or like deemed them
Yeah, even though they
whatever.
fought for them, that was really interesting to me.
Yeah.
If I were the Illyrians, I'd have a lot of resentment towards the High Fae.
Well, I mean, they were kind of the fuck ups. But the fact that Vesperus was like, "Oh, my creations," and then like gave Annalius the fucking knife that could kill her. What were you thinking?
Yeah.
Also, that actually, so actually, she might have given Annalius the knife, maybe thinking that they would fight for her instead of the others. I don't know. I feel like there's the species of Asteri, right? And there's a ranking system, kind of like how it is in Midgard. I think the Tog gods were the gods, the actual. So I think there's Erd, who is like God, the mother, fate, the Tog gods who created the Asteri. And then I think the Asteri are broken up into different categories. I think there's the ruling Asteri, I think there's the Valg, and then I think there's the monsters that they created. So again, the three circles, 3 in the Eye of Elena, 3 circles that the Bone Carver did, the 3 sisters, the 3 brothers, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 7, and all that stuff. So I think that there were like I said, like the ruling Asteri, and then the lesser Asteri, which were like the Valg, so like Vesperus, Lanthus, those types of people. Maybe even the death gods could have been their own category, perhaps. And then like the creatures, like the Naga and the Puka and all this kind of stuff, are like at the lowest level. That's what I think.
I'm curious, like, do we meet Briaxis in Tog? Have you met a Briaxis? Because you said the King of Ireland was performing experiments. So is that one of the creations?
Mm-mm.
No, okay.
But I will bring up later or maybe in another episode the dragon theory that I have about the Illyrians. And it's regarding Ilkin, and Ilkin are dark bluish black versions of the adder.
Okay.
Which is interesting, and I'll go into the whole how they're, how the wyverns were created and all that stuff later. But just going back to the ancient spell and Koshi and everything, Lucian says he's still at the lake. Lucian had been there, Cassian recalled, had gone with Nesta's father to the lake where Vassa was held captive. Again, I need to know what the fuck he talked to Papa Archeron about so badly.
Oh, I would love that as like a little side story. Oh my God. Please.
I have a feeling, see, this is another reason why I'm convinced he's ending up with Elaine, because you can't tell me he's not ending up with her after, like, she's his favorite daughter, and like he got along with Lucian, and like, come on, all the stories, we need it. Yes, Vassa said, relief in her eyes. Koshi is as old as the sea, older. Some say he is death itself, Eris murmured. Fucking Eris. Again. I do not know if that is true, Vassa said, but they call him Koshi the Deathless, for he has no death awaiting him. He is truly immortal, and would know of anything that might give Briolin an edge against us. And you think Koshi would do all of this, not out of sympathy for the human queens, but with the goal of freeing himself? Certainly. Vassa peered at her hands, fingers flexing. I fear what may happen if he ever gets free of that lake. And then she says, which is the reason I was convinced he was an Asteri. She says, if he sees this world on the cusp of disaster and knows that he could strike and strike hard and make himself its master, he will, as he once tried to do long ago.
Oh boy.
It's master. Just like Vesperus. I'm your master, kneel before me. And Azrael's like,
know.
wait, shit.
I know. I was like, ew. Ugh. Vespers, you bee.
As he once tried to do long ago. I mean, I know that Fionn is dead. You're gonna make fun of me because you're like, everyone's dead. But wouldn't it be weird if he was dragged into that little swamp / lake and just, I don't know, maybe he had Asteri magic protecting him? Maybe he turned into Koshi.
I like where your head's at. I would be pleasantly surprised if that's what happens. Because he was High King, right?
Yeah.
At one point.
And like where it's weird that we saw Peleus's tomb. We didn't see anyone else's tomb. Like obviously Fionn was technically drowned and Thea wasn't going to make him a tomb, but like we don't see Thea's, we don't see Celine's, we don't see Helena's.
Where is Celine's tomb? And how did she die?
That's all of their
tomb. Where is Celine? I know. I thought the other day, I was like, who is underneath that lake at Koshi's? Like, who are we gonna find? Like as a prisoner underneath that lake.
Who is helping him remain deathless?
Because I haven't finished in CC3, do we find out how Celine dies? No, yeah.
Or Helena. Because like Helena was like, oh, I made this tomb so I could summon the princes of hell and all this stuff because she hated Peleus. So she was like, I'm getting one over on his ass, right?
Yeah.
But like, when did she die? How did she die? What about Celine? What about Thea her fucking self? Like, we know that she was like killed by Peleus or whatever. So I guess they wouldn't have made her a tomb either.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're wiping her out.
But the daughters?
I know. We never hear what happens to Helena afterwards. Like, is Ember Helena's descendant? She somehow like
technically Einar is.
That's right. That's right.
Because,
Einar.
well, maybe Einar is, perhaps. Because, actually, I'm trying to think of whether it was Rigelus or Aid. Actually, I think it was Rigelus in that scene. The scene where he's looking at, where Adis is looking at Bryce and Rune, and he's pissed at Rune because he's like, "You come from the bastard Peleus's line," or whatever. Was that actually Adis? Was that before the apartment scene? Or was that Rigelus? I always forget.
I thought that was I don't know actually. That was
Because if it was
before.
Rigelus, he might not have been able to send it, because if Lorin is Lorin, Reese's sister, right? Then she would be from Celine's line and not Helena's line, like Bryce. So that's why I was like, it depends on if it was actually Adis or if it was Rigelus.
Yeah. It's so interesting to me. And it was interesting. I just think about this whole thing that they specifically brought the Autumn Court redheads for like fertility, which brings me back to Gwen. Was it also because they had like more pliant bones for some reason? Like, and
so Gwen has pliant bones just because she's a nymph, but I was
Nymph.
thinking that the Autumn Court might have. I'm thinking that it's specifically Lady Autumn's line. I've said that a million times. I think it's specifically Lady Autumn's line.
Yeah.
Lady Autumn, everyone's like, how does she have 7 kids? Like, how does she have 7 children? It's specifically her line that has the fertility gene.
I know, and like the babies are so coveted, and
like, Einar is just like, I could have another son if I wanted to.
Yes. There was no rush in his tone, like he was not concerned at all. But then it was also like, why didn't you? Because you had Rune and you had Bryce, and then they were both failures in your eyes. Like maybe he was holding out on Bryce, like to see which way she would like go.
I think, yeah, he was. But I think it's fucking hilarious that like he's like, I'll have a ruthless child like me or whatever. And like he has his first son, and his first son turns out just like Bryce, and he fucking kills him. And then he has Rune, and Rune has none of his powers, and Rune is kinder than him. And he's like, what the actual fuck? But at least he has the little starlight for my experiments, so I'll keep him around. And then he has Bryce, and he's like, oh good, I'm good with this one. She's a bitch, whatever. And then she's like, it's for everybody. And he's like, damn it.
I know.
So it's like, oh, I could just have another. But like, it's like universal karma that you're having kids that are not what you want, dude.
They're literally like the opposite of him. They are the opposite of him. And like, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm still really butthurt about the Einar storyline because she set him up so well in CC1 and CC2 for a redemption arc, and then she just effed us over with that. I wanted that.
Might still get a minor one if they find his little files, but I think it was probably buried under everything. I don't think she's gonna bring that back up.
Yeah, because Bryce just freaking.
But what bothers me was just the vagueness of like, oh, he could have had another son that he killed. Like it was like a 2-second line. I'm like, hold the fucking phone.
It was so quick.
What? They're like, you did kill the last Starborn heir or whatever, and he's like, that boy was just like you, and he wanted to free everybody, and blah blah blah. And it's like right after he was like, I could just have another son. So like, it had to be his first kid.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know who else it could possibly be.
Because who else would be a Starborn heir, right? It was like Einar's line or Lorin's line, and Lorin's only son is Rune.
No,
as far as we know, unless he had another child with Lorin before Rune. Unless the first one was a child with Lorin before Rune and he had previously killed.
Could that be what caused the rift between her and Einar? He killed her. He killed. Oh my gosh.
But then why would she give Rune over to him?
She had no choice. She was being controlled. He was abusive. I mean, what are you going to do?
I mean, if she was a Daemati.
Yeah. Holy
No.
Moses. Man, I just
I was like, is it Lauren's kid or was it Ember's kid? Like, whose kid was this? It couldn't have been Ember's because Rune is a lot older than Bryce.
yeah.
So if it
Yeah.
was before Rune and Bryce,
And it was interesting too.
it
I
could just be
don't
a
know
random
why.
kid, but
I know it could be a random, but like I don't know why I always like think about the scene, but like when Rune's in the
Yeah.
study with his dad, right? And the dad walks in and he's like,
I was
Rune makes who were you with? Tell me, Einar, who were you with? Like his hair is like all like ruffled, like clearly had like
was it the mama of his first child?
that sex hair. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like
The
very
unbuttoned
obvious.
black.
I know.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh, Einar. Whew. Hot.
But yeah, I was like, you piece of shit. You killed your first kid.
That's I mean it makes sense, right? Like who else has and then like for Bryce to just be like the Starborn line ends with me, which I think is kind of shitty. If you ask me, I'm like, I don't like how
No,
she
it
ended that.
fucking doesn't though.
I
Like just
kinda
because you
hope
give
it
up your title doesn't mean it's going to.
it was really a weird can I just tell you real quick what someone said to me the other day?
What?
They and I don't know if I told you this, they were like, Crescent City 3 ends the way that A Court of Thorns and Roses ends. And I was like, so what are you trying to say? She was like, it was a happily ever after. And we know after that, just that like shit hit the ceiling.
But
And
see, I actually don't think it's gonna be for Bryce and Hunt. I think it's gonna be for Rune and Lydia.
really? I thought it would be for Ethan and Therian.
Well, obviously their stories, but like I fully fucking believe now that like Rune was not Einar's child. Like I think some fucking how this shit is gonna come up because she can't just leave his fucking mother just in the fucking villa forever. There's gonna have to be a conversation or some like a conversation alluded to. She's gonna have to fucking speak at some point.
I'm like,
Like, or
I'm kidding.
maybe she could pull like, no, maybe she could pull something where Einar believes that he killed their first son, and maybe Lorin shielded him and he's somewhere.
I would love that. I want the Starborn to come back. I would look, but also I kind of want to see Rune in more of like a position of power that just like I'm a dad, like you know, like I'm a stepdad.
Commander
Did you-
Dannon of the Crescent City Ox.
That was the most anticlimactic thing for Rune. Like he's like the ultimate, he's like the best man in the entire series, but he's like the best supporting male. And it like kind of bothers me.
But that's what I'm saying. His fucking Oracle thing was like, Starborn line ends with you. But then him and Cormac are both like, oh, our fates are the same and we're both meant to rule. And maybe I just won't have children, Rune says, or whatever. So like, I don't know. I feel like it would be such a fucking good storyline if she was like, Rune is Tamlin's kid and like he's the heir of spring, but like we know he doesn't really have spring magic yet, but he kind of does because he has that healing power. So like so but that makes me scared, so I want it, but I don't know.
Not me. I don't want that. I'm okay with it not being there.
But I want him to meet Tamlin. Like I want him to be his dad.
I'm concerned. I keep getting like anxious because like what you're saying the other week haunted me a lot about the Elaine thing. And I don't know. I don't want Tamlin and Rune to meet because I don't know. But I was thinking about that.
Like they have to. If Lorin is Reese's sister and she comes back, they have to meet.
They have to meet. But I'm wondering if maybe the Oracle thing, like the Oracle was in bed with the Asteri, right? Like I think that some of their oracles were not actually accurate. I think it was like,
That's why I think that Cormac's was accurate and Rune's was not.
why do you think his was accurate and Rune's was not?
Because Avalyn was shielded from the Asteri. They had no technology. It was literally a safe haven. That's why everyone went there when the Asteri started the war in CC3. So their people were pretty much, aside from Morven, because he was like the head or whatever that had to answer to them. So their people were technically untouched by the Asteri.
Which is pretty incredible when you think about it.
Because they were tied to Prithian
At the
by the
end.
mist.
It's really sad that there was like a piece of Prithian literally floating.
All the little islands and... So Cormac's Oracle was the most accurate. But
I don't agree with that. I don't think it was, but I mean, he never ruled. Like he's like,
yes,
they never.
yes,
He's dead. He is so
he's not
dead.
dead.
I literally want to do an interview with that Sam, and I want you to shoot that question off to her so I can see her reaction.
Damn, I want to so badly.
I know.
Anyways, getting
Sorry.
back to the
Circling back.
circling back. And then, so yeah, as Koshi once tried to do long, long ago, make himself its master. Those are legends that predate our courts, Eris says. What the flying fuck, Eris?
They know. The Autumn Court knows everything, and they know because of Lady A. They have to, because
Her line, the redheads, like, come on. They have to have their own fucking book or something.
They have to. There has to be something in the Autumn Court.
Vasa nodded. It is all I have gleaned from my time enslaved to him. And then you have Lucian stared out the window, as if he could see the lake across a sea and a continent, as if he were setting his target.
Why would he be setting his target, though? Like, can you explain that to me?
Because I think that he knows something about Elaine is off. I think he knows that it might be connected to Koshi. I think he knows that Koshi is probably after his mate. But he can't tell anyone right now because Baron would use it to his advantage because he thinks that Eris, obviously, is still completely loyal to their father. And remember the meeting when they were like, oh, where's our little brother's pretty mate?
Yeah.
And Feyre was like, oh my god, our deal didn't include protection of Lucian and all this stuff. So Lucian does not trust Eris. He does not want to say a fucking word about Elaine in front of Eris. And I don't know if Feyre ever mentioned to him that they know. I don't know if he knows that they know.
So, on that, to finish that thought, you know how we've been like, why the fuck? At least I have, like, why is Elaine so awful to Lucian? Why is she playing the silent treatment with him? Is it because
I've said she turned her sights to fucking Asriel because Koshi wants Asriel.
Asriel? Is it because she's like temporarily or like occasionally possessed by Koshi, and if she were to talk with Lucian because of their mate bonds, he would know it? Is that what's going on? I don't know.
I don't know. Perhaps Koshi is the one sending her those premonitions, hoping to lead everybody exactly where he wants them. If he's a Asteri and, you know, Nesta and Elaine went into the cauldron, we don't know what happened when Elaine was summoned to Hybern by the cauldron's call for that amount of time. She was chained up, like Claire Better, like Briar, chained up. We don't know what they did to her. Hybern easily could have put some spell on her if he was in bed with Koshi.
Or Koshi could have, well, I guess Koshi can't leave the lake, but he can
whisper
project.
on the wind to everybody. Like Vesperus. Like Amryn.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
So
goodness.
yeah,
And
I think
Lucian's like
Lucian.
setting his sight there. Like what? He at this point, to our knowledge, he has no reason to be setting his sights on Koshi, right?
And like
Besides
the
Vasa.
eye, like it says, stared out the window as if he could see the lake across a sea and a continent, as if he were setting his target. It would be interesting if like Koshi was like, I can either free your mate or free your friend, and like one of them dies. And like, I don't want that because he already lost Jasminda and he already lost Andrus.
Yeah.
So like how? Like how do you pick between your partner and your best friend? Like how? Literally. Unless I don't know, Cassian's kind of buddy with Lucian. I kind of wouldn't put it past Cassian to just like behead Vasa. Because not only listen, no. Because if Koshi's like them or them and you have to decide and like that's like his big thing, I feel like Cassian would one, spare Lucian from the decision, and two, Elena's Nesta's fucking sister. So let's be real. And Vasa's human, so he'd be like, her lifespan's short anyway.
I mean, I really like where your creative mind is with that, but that's definitely not going to happen.
You don't know that.
That's like not in SJM's wheel of writing.
Are you kidding me?
I've never seen a decision like that in my life in her books. Like
the third trial under the mountain?
But it was with people that they were not close to. This is like two very big characters.
She was like, you can stab Tamlin or you can save everyone else. Yeah, that's the exact same thing.
No, I don't think so.
Or if it's not Vasa, perhaps. Can you imagine? Fucking imagine if Baron, like we know Baron is working with Koshi. Can you imagine if he like has some sort of hand in it? And it's not a decision between Vasa and Elaine, but it's a decision between like your real father and your mother or something like that. Like
I could see that. What I was thinking of though, I just don't think she's, I don't know.
Or Elaine and Lady Autumn, that would be even worse. Because he
Why
collects
are we
pretty
putting
females.
ourselves through these painful?
Because SJM is going to do that. You know somebody's gonna fucking die. Like somebody's gonna fucking die.
I really hope that I hope that she's like, I don't need to kill anybody off, like in CC3.
So as much as I like Vasa and I think her and Jurian are hilarious together and I kind of want them to be together, I have always kind of thought that she was gonna kill off Vasa.
Well, historically, the Koshi story, Vasa
is,
dies, right? Yeah. She's actually like an evil, she's like evil. She works for Koshi, right? Like literally to trick everyone around her. So is she tricking Lucian? Is that why we're getting some like Vassian vibes here?
I don't know. Is that why she gained Papa Archeron's trust? And like, because like Hybern, kind of like the line how after Under the Mountain, where I think it was Reese who was like, well, Hybern's been plotting this for centuries and millennia and all this stuff. Like, it's got to be a very intricate plan that spans millennia because he's been in that lake for millennia.
Yeah. I think the two characters that we are gonna lose in ACOTAR 6, and I'm not saying it's permanent, is I do agree with you that I think Vasa could possibly die, but I think that Azrael's gonna die and then somehow get brought back to life because in the story of Koshi, that's what happens. He kills him, and then he cuts him up into many different pieces and scatters him into the ocean or whatever. Right? Scatters him across the land.
But she already kind of did that with Jurian. She already did that with Jurian.
She did.
I told you I think that the person that they are going to bring back, aka kind of like have them hallucinate, is Papa Archeron. Because all three of those girls, one of the Koshi myths is like he kidnaps all three of them. One of the myths. And then the three wizards, which are their mates, you know, there was what? Wind, night, and day. One of wind, one of darkness, and one of sunshine, or something like that.
Reese, Cassian,
Reese,
and
Cassian, and Lucian.
Lucian.
But why does he want Asriel then? Like,
I know.
why does he want Asriel?
He's
Asriel has, well, like Vesperus, Asriel would technically be Koshi's foot soldier, but so would Cassian, because they're both Illyrian, if he's an Asteri.
Yeah, that's true. I was also like, is Asriel somehow like distantly related?
Yeah, because he
to
was
Koshi?
created by the Asteri.
Yeah, he's a shadow singer. He's kind of like a creature, like he is Illyrian, but he can talk with the shadows.
Yeah, I feel like the shadow singing powers were from Koshi. They have the same shadow singing powers. And you know who else has the same fucking shadow singing powers but Cormac? It's Koshi, Asriel, and Cormac. It's so weird.
Oh, and it's telling too that like Asriel's like it's a title. Like I thought that was a very weird like little piece of information.
It's who I am. It's not a title someone made.
Yeah. So it's like, okay, does Koshi give out these like titles? Like, you know what I mean? Like you are a shadow singer. Like,
well, so what I compare it to in my mind are the Thunderbirds, because it was Apollyon's pure power that Hunt got. And they just kind of gave it a name because they didn't know what to call the power, right? So they just gave it a name. So like the Thunderbird power was the lightning, was from Apollyon. And so I feel like the shadow singing is just a name that the power from Koshi is called. And that's why they're so rare and far between. And he's never met another one. He knows that they exist, but he's never met another one.
Oh my goodness.
This is why I want him to be Cormac too. Because like he would be sure. It would be so cute. Hey cuz, we're both shadow singers. I wanted to see more of Cormac talking to his fucking shadows though.
Yeah. I did too. I really I liked Cormac's character a lot. There was something I saw online where someone was comparing Cormac to Rhysand, and I do kind of see some similarities between the two of them, personality wise, not even necessarily.
Yeah, I don't know. I just see way more of Eris and Cormac.
Eris like or Asriel?
Eris, because he's an entitled prick and everyone thinks he's awful and he did all this shit and he's a womanizer and all of this crap. And then they get to know him and they're like, oh, well, maybe he's not that bad. And then he's like helping Bryce with her magic and helping out with Ophion and like is undercover as an ally. So I'm like, he is Eris's direct mirror in Crescent City. And you know what's funny about that when you brought up Asriel is that Cormac is technically a mix between Asriel and Eris. He is a shadow singer with fire powers. He has both.
So his mom must have been like from Lady Autumn's line too. Had to have been.
Which is interesting because Cormac has blonde hair. It's weird.
So weird. It's really unless
Cormac
Morven.
has blonde hair, and his father had black hair. Like Morven was like the dark, shadowy shadows. He was the shadow singer, Morven, which connected to the Dust Court. Avalon is connected to the Dust Court, so that's where the shadow singing comes in. Connected to the Dust Court. So his mom, I don't know, maybe she was part witch, part of Lady Autumn's line. Maybe she had like strawberry blonde hair or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. This is well, it's weird. It's all very weird.
So as if he were setting a target, Cassian heard enough, didn't wait for goodbyes before heading for the archway in the front hall behind it. He made it 2 steps beyond the front door, breathing in the crisp night air when Eris said behind him, "You make a terrible courtier." I love their banter so much, actually. They would be such good friends.
They would be. Yeah.
Cassian turned to find Eris shutting the front door and leaning against it. His face was pale and stony in the moonlight. "What do you know?" "As little as you," offering a truth that he hoped Eris would deem a deception. Eris sniffed the night breeze, then smiled. She couldn't be bothered to come inside and say hello. How he detected Moore's lingering scent, Cassian didn't know. Perhaps Eris and his smokehounds had more in common than he realized. "She didn't know you were here." A lie. Moore had probably sensed it. He'd spare her the pain of coming back here and have Reese retrieve him. "Whatever it is you're doing, whatever it is you're looking into, I want in." Why? And no. Because I need the edge that Breetlin has, what Koshi has told her or shown her. To overthrow your father? Because my father has already pledged his forces to Breetlin and the war she wishes to incite. Cassian started. What? Eris's face filled with cool amusement. "I wanted to feel out Vassa and Jurian." He didn't mention his brother, oddly enough. See? Protecting Lucian. "But they clearly know little about this. Explain what the fuck you mean by Baron pledging his forces to Breetlin." It's exactly what it sounds like. He caught wind of her ambitions and went to her palace a month ago to meet with her. I stayed here, but I sent my best soldiers with him. Cassian refrained from sniping about Eris opting out, especially as the last words settled. Those wouldn't happen to be the same soldiers that went missing, would they? He nodded gravely. "They returned with my father, but they were off, aloof and strange. They vanished soon after, and my hounds confirmed that the scents of the scene are the same as those gifts Breetlin sent to curry my father's favor."
So what gifts does Baron have now? And also, Breetlin was kind of like a super weak villain. I don't know if anyone else felt that way. Like she like died
I mean,
so
she was
easily.
like a crone, but like
Yeah, she was a crown. Not much happened with her. So like, what war was she trying to incite? Unless it was Koshi and Breetlin that was trying to start the war.
Yeah, she wanted Nesta dead basically, and Baron wanted something of his own because she showed him the fucking crown, clearly.
Yeah,
That's like she showed him what the crown could do to the soldiers.
yeah.
This does not
And
bode well. I would laugh if Nesta killed Baron. Because if he wants the Dread Trove, he's gonna have to catch Nesta. She's the only one who can summon it.
So that's what I thought. But have you been seeing everyone online saying that like Elaine is now gonna be
So individually people can use the trove, but Nesta is the only one who can summon it and is the only one who can wield all three.
all 3 of them? Yeah.
You knew this entire time? You didn't think I'd just spill all that information, did you? I needed Vassa to confirm that she would do something like that. Why would she ally with your father only to abduct your soldiers? That's what I'd like to find out. What does Baron say? He is unaware of it. You know where I stand with my father and this unholy alliance. He is struck with Breetlin will only hurt us, all of us. It will turn into a Fey war for control. So I want to find answers on my own rather than what my father tries to feed me. Cassian surveyed the mail, his grim face. So we take out your father. Eris snorted, and Cassian bristled. I am the only person my father has told of this new allegiance. If the Night Court moves, it will expose me. So your worry about Breelin's alliance with Baron is about what it means for you rather than the rest of us. I only wish to defend the Autumn Court against its worst enemies. I love them so much. Why would I work with you on this? Because we are indeed allies. His smile became lupine, and because I do not believe your High Lord would wish me to go to other territories and ask them to help with Breetlin and Koshi. to help them remember that all it might take to secure Breeland's alliance would be to hand over a certain Archeron sister. Don't be stupid enough to believe my father hasn't thought of that, too.
Elaine?
Nesta. Because then it says, Cassian's
Oh.
rage flashed red before his eyes. He'd revealed that weakness earlier. Let Eris see how much Nesta meant, what he'd do to defend her. But did he mean Nesta or did he mean Elaine? Or both?
Elaine. Yeah.
It could be both.
It could be.
Cassian just think it was Nesta? Hand over a certain Archeron sister. Because
it could go either way, right? Because like Koshi wants Elaine, so Breland and Koshi.
Baron would want Elaine too because it fucks over Lucian.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if they had Nesta, they could force Nesta to summon the trove. So
yeah,
it could be
they
both
could.
of them.
Yeah.
And then like Eris was like, mixed truth and lies. I feel like Eris was like, I'll let him figure out which one he's gonna
Which
believe.
sister?
Yeah.
Yes.
I could kill you now and not worry about this at all. Then you would certainly have a war on your hands. My father would go straight to Breeland and Koshi, I suppose, and then go to the other discontent territories, and you would be wiped off the proverbial map. Perhaps literally, since the Night Court would be divvied up between other territories if Rhysand and Feyre die without an heir. And that fucking killed me. Because fucking Tamlin doesn't have an heir. So all of us who's like, he can just hand it off. He can just hand it off. He cannot just hand it off. And he would have to die. And if the Spring Court is already dead, then the magic wouldn't be choosing anyone else. I realized earlier when I read this. The Spring Court would be divvied up. And Baron is after the Spring Court lands. We know this. She better not wipe out the Spring Court. I'm gonna be so pissed if she does that.
That is such a depressing, realization.
Cassian clenched his jaw. So you're to be my ally whether I wish it or not. The brute understands at last. Yes, what you know, I want to know. I will notify you of any movement on my father's part regarding Breeland, so send out your Shadow Singer, and when he returns, find me. Cassian stared at him from under lowered brows. Eris's mouth curled upward, and before he winnowed into the night like a ghost, he said, stick to fighting battles, General. Leave the ruling to those capable of playing the game. And then with Nesta, he's like, let's play, Nesta Archeron.
I know.
Like, I would not be mad if it was Nesta and Eris's endgame. I wouldn't be mad at it at all. Honestly.
They would have been great. I don't think so. I think it's going to be Eris ruling autumn, Nesta ruling dusk. Like, there's just no way. Spring, we don't quite know. I don't want to think about it.
But can I just go back to, like, which we've said before, like, Eris sending more and then more sending Eris. Because when I was reading the other night, as we were talking about that scene on the ice, and I had taken screenshots of everything, I had just gotten to this one when you had to get off. And this is when they are back at the townhouse, and they're all talking to Lucian, I think. Yeah. And, or is it when they're talking to, or maybe they're still on the ice. They land. They're farther away. They land. And this is before she's like, do we trust him to go back to the townhouse? So it says, Azriel and Lucian landed, plumes of snow spraying in the former's wake. Mor and I released each other at last, my friend's face going grave as she sized up Lucian. Snow and blood and dirt coated us both. Cassian explained to Mor, he'd fought against Eris and the other two. Mor's throat bobbed, noting the blood staining Cassian's hands and realizing it wasn't his, scenting it, no doubt, as she blurted out, Eris, did you... ... He remains alive, Azriel answered. Shadows curling around the clawed tips of his wings, so stark against the snow beneath our boots. So do the others. They are so rejected mates. They are so mates.
I hate that she wrote it because Azriel acted the way that Eris did for like the first like 2 or 3 books, and then she's like, "Oh, I'll make Eris the rejected mate." Like,
well, she had to flip the script.
I know.
But the
She
fact
does.
that,
So
like,
far.
Azriel might know, and
That
that's probably part of their beef too.
yeah. Yo, totally.
She's like,
Is
"Did
that Asriel's
you?"
like,
And
why
he's
am
like,
I
"He
not her
remains
mate?
alive."
Yeah.
Like, he
Yeah, he knows. He knows. He's like, why am I not her mate? You know? And Eris
That's
is.
why he got so mad, because Elaine, like, Moore got Eris and Elaine got Lucian. And he's like, why the fuck am I not good enough for anybody, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It would make a lot of sense.
Lucian was glancing between all of them, wary and quiet. What he knew of Moore's history with his eldest brother, I'd never asked, never wanted to. Moore tossed her mass of golden waves over her shoulder. Then let's go home. Which one? Moore swept her attention over Lucian once more. I almost pitied him for the weight in her gaze, the utter judgment, the stare of the Morrigan, whose gift was pure truth. Whatever she beheld in Lucian was enough for her to say, the townhouse. You have someone waiting there for you.
Who was it? Was it Elaine or Feyre? Or
It
Reese?
was Reese for Feyre.
It was Reese, yeah.
She knew he was a good boy.
I love that. I love that scene so much. Poor Lucian.
I love this part. When Reese threatens Lucian, though, his wings ripped from him and Lucian started. Reese bared his teeth. My limbs turned light, trembling at the dark power curling in the corners of the room. Not fear,
Fair.
never fear of him, but at the shattered control. Thank you, not just Tamlin, as Reese snarled at him. My mate may one day find it in herself to forgive him, forgive you, but I will never forget how it felt to sense her terror in those moments. And then, of course, he threatens him. And it says, Lucian, to his credit, didn't back away a step from Reese or me or the Illyrians. They were all ganging up on him too, like with rage and power rippling from them. The clever fox stares down winged death. The painting flashed into my mind. I will say this only once. Feyre did not dishonor or betray Tamlin. I revealed the mating bond months later. If you can't be bothered to understand how it felt, then I hope you're wise enough to keep your mouth shut, because the next time you look at my mate with that disdain and disgust, I won't bother to explain it again, and I'll rip out your fucking throat. Fucking hate him.
I'm like,
Lucian
I love that Lucian looked at Feyre with disdain and disgust, though.
Lucian only shifted on his feet, wary and considering. I counted the heartbeats, debating how much time I'd have to interfere if he said something stupid. When he at last murmured, there's a longer story to be told, it seems. Smart answer. The rage ebbed from Reese's face, and Cassian's and Azriel's shoulders relaxed ever so slightly. Yes, Lulu. Yes, Lulu.
I
And then she's
love
like,
him.
I'm gonna see my sisters up to the house. Would you like to come? And then he nods.
He's been given such like the short end of the stick for so long. Poor Lucian. It might be a spring court book. It just blows my mind because Azriel, everything pointed to Azriel's book next. Don't understand.
Here it is. Here it is. I knew I screenshotted it. The scene. The scene. Okay. In CC3. It says, Azriel swept for the tunnel archway and slammed into a wall of stone the exit had sealed. Slowly he turned, wings rustling. Blood trickled out of his nose from his face-first collision with the rock now in his path. He spread his wings, bracing for a fight. The mountain shook, the chamber with it. Debris fell from the ceiling. Walls began shifting, rock groaning against rock, as if the place this had once been was fighting to emerge from the stone. But Nesta raced at Bryce, ataraxia drawn, silver flame breathing the blade. Bryce lifted another hand, and spike after spike of rock ruptured from the ground, blocking Nesta's advance. The chamber shuddered again. Stop, Azriel roared, something like panic in his voice. The cells! From far away she could sense it, the things lurking within the mountain, her mountain. Twisted, wretched creatures. Some had been here since Selene had trapped them, had been contemplating their escape and revenge all this time. She'd let them out if she restored the mountain to its former glory. But in that moment, the mountain, the island, spoke to her. Alone, it was so alone. It had been waiting all this time, cold and adrift in this thrashing gray sea. If she could reach out, if she could open her heart to it, it might sing again and awaken. There was a beating, vibrant heart locked away far beneath them. If she freed it, the land would rise from its slumber, and such wonders would spring again from its earth. The mountain shook again. Nesta and Azriel had halted 10 feet away, ataraxia a blazing light, truth teller enveloped by shadows. The star sword remained sheathed at Azriel's back, but she could have sworn it twitched, as if urging Azriel to draw it. Nesta warned Bryce, her eyes on the shaking earth. If you open those cells. I don't want to fight you, Bryce said, voice oddly hollow, like the surge of magic she'd taken from Celine's store had emptied out her soul. I'm not your enemy. Then let us bring you back to the High Lord. To do what? Lock me up, cut the horn out of my skin? If that's what necessary, Nessa said coldly, which I don't think she would do that.
I don't
Knees
think so.
bending, ready to strike, if that's what it takes to keep our world safe. Which is so different from her being like, okay, here's the mask.
Yeah, it really is.
Bryce bared her teeth in a feral grin, more spikes of rock shot up from the ground, angling toward Nesta and Azriel. Then come and take it. With a flap of his wings, Azriel burst toward her, fast as a striking panther. Bryce stomped her foot, those spikes of stone stretched higher, blocking his way. Blue light flared from him, smashing through the stones. Bryce stomped her foot again, summoning more lethal spears of rock, but there were none left. Only a vast, gaping void. Bryce had only a second to realize there was literally a void below her feet before the ground beneath them collapsed entirely. And that's when they found Vesperus.
Ooh, so good. Oh my gosh. I like can't get over it.
So
That scene.
is that also connected to Goshi? Vast as a gray sea?
I don't know. I don't know.
Ah!
I love it. I'm like, I cannot wait now for the next ACOTAR book. I'm hoping that we get our announcement very, very soon.
When we
Right.
said that Jurian objected to the bond being broken at the Hybern camp during the Cauldron
He did.
scene,
Yep.
and we thought
I
it was
remember that.
weird, right? I said he objected to the bond being broken, not because like he didn't want it to be broken, but because he knew that it wasn't possible.
Interesting.
He
Very
began to object. So
interesting.
he was going to tell him.
How did
like,
he know?
So he was
How did
going to tell Hybern like it's not possible, but then he was like, maybe I should shut up.
I wonder how Jurian knew that the mate bond couldn't be broken.
He's so suspicious.
He's so suspicious. Something bad's gonna happen with Jurian to Feyre and Rhys, and it has to.
I just can't understand him.
She purposely, but like we don't have a lot of interactions with him either to kind of like gauge his like action, to gauge his intent by. So I do feel like we might see Graceland later again in the series, but we'll see. Possibly. Possibly.
Why?
I know, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe in the spring
Why?
court. I don't know. Possibly.
Can we be done
But-
with Grace?
I know. I feel like he should just be written. Well, he might not come back, but
it would honestly be more fun if Thomas was in Grayson's ranks and like Nesta saw
Yeah.
him and could like kill him herself.
that'd be pretty awesome. And Cassie would be like, "Yeah, that's my wife. That's my
Well, not yet, clearly.
Oh my gosh. Well, thank you for talking with me today about all of the things. I appreciate that.
Of course, if anybody wants to keep watching for my little fanfic rant, you can do so because I'm sticking it at the end here. So,
And make sure to go visit it because it's pretty awesome. So,
oh damn, I was gonna actually show my anthology. I fucking forgot to grab it. Next time
next time we'll see the anthology.
next time. I started chapter 81 of Akala today.
Okay.
I was struggling because I've done a bunch of chapters like in the spring court with like the Ninsar ball and everything, and I did
know.
like some of the Eris scenes and everything, and I'm like, I have to get back to the Koshi thing because it's a big deal in the fic. Like Azriel is infected and he's not telling anyone, and like Koshi wants Cassian, and he told Elaine that like he would kill Nesta if Cassian doesn't go meet him. And then like Balthazar was trapped with the queens and he finally got out. So then he went back to like save the rest of the Illyrian camps. So I decided to start with the scene with Balthazar having snuck back into the Illyrian camps and he's like saving the only 3 that have been spared so far.
Oh my
And
God.
Balthazar's mom is actually a witch, which I had written before I even read Crescent City. So Balthazar's mom is an Illyrian female and she's a witch, but obviously nobody knows. So he's
I
trying to get the
love that.
remaining 3 camps that have been untouched by the queen's evil magic out. And his mom is like, obviously he was like saving his mom too. And his mom is like sweating and he's like, you know, we're almost there and then we can fly to Valaris or whatever. And she's like, I have a protection spell around, you know, everyone in front of us so that we won't be spotted. And so like she's like really cool. And she taught him a couple spells and stuff.
Oh
So
my God, that's amazing. I'm so impressed. So how many views have you had now on the new chapter?
well, I'm just writing it right now.
Oh, you're
'Cause
writing it.
It's been a month and I've been doing like the Nyx and Rosie fic and the Tamlin and Lorin fic and like all these other fics. So I'm like, I'm
You have a
sorry, it's
lot.
been a month and I couldn't figure out like where to start this chapter. And so today I had the idea to just start with the Illyrian camps because that's where all the evil is like starting out with Koshi and the queens, and they've already like taken most of the Illyrian ranks. And Rhys has banned Azriel and Cassian from Illyria because he knows that the queens are enthralling the Illyrians, kind of like Breland did with Cassian already. And of course, Azriel, ever the rebel,
I love him though.
did not heed Rhys's warning because
Doesn't listen.
as much as he hates a lot of the males in Illyria, he's like, there's still like women and children there. And like, he wanted to see what was actually happening
Yeah.
because they didn't have eyes there or anything. Like, his
Mm.
spies hadn't been able to like really get in there. So, like, when he went there, he was like attacked by one of the infected Illyrians and he got stabbed with a blade that was actually infused with the queen's magic from the cauldron. And so he has this, I think I might have told you before, he has like Gwen healed it, but she didn't heal the magic that was in it because it's from the cauldron. So his veins are like spider webbing and like black veins, and like he's not telling anyone and not showing anyone, not even Gwen. And it's just like,
No.
oh, Azriel.
Is it bad that I kind of feel like this might be what happens in the actual story too, or something similar to it?
It's weird because I started writing this like 2 years ago, like right after I finished ACOTAR or whatever for the first time.
Right.
And I'm like reading it over and over and over again. And it's just weird how like there's some aspects that like maybe in the back of my mind, I was like equating it to the actual thing in the book. And I was like, this can actually happen.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really good. Like the story is on Akla, like we've talked about, is very, very good. Very real, very similar.
I like, because I just feel like if Azriel went against an order and he was like attacked, he would be like, shit, like I can't tell anyone. Rhys is gonna kill me.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So, but in my fic, which some people might not like, I don't know, but Balthazar actually is Emery's mate. So they're a thing more.
Oh, that's different.
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna have a group of people after you.
But Moore is actually in a relationship with her own girl, so.
Okay.
And it's actually really funny because her name is Amber and she is from the Autumn Court and she runs a craft store. And so her in the story, she's kind of the go-between between Moore and Eris, who's currently in the Dawn Court for reasons I won't specify because it's
oh boy.
And
Poor
so
Eris.
Eris is giving Moore antidotes for his mom that Nuana is making, and Moore is giving it to Amber to sneak to Lady Autumn, because Lady Autumn's cover to get like the antidote to what Baron is drugging her with is to like, oh, I took up knitting, so it would be normal for me to go to the craft store. And so like Amber is sneaking her the antidote so like she can counteract the drug that Baron's been giving her, which she just found out has been for a long time, which is
Oh
going to make
no.
her subservient because she is so powerful.
Very Asteri-like of you. That's very Asteri-like.
I know. That's why when I read Crescent City, I was like, oh shit.
You're like, no way. What in the world is going on here?
Adopted parasites.
That's amazing.
So
Look at you.
yeah, it's really weird how it's like this subconscious thing that my brain's
Yeah.
just like, okay, let's follow the threads to this and to this.
Yeah. Well, she weaves threads for a reason, and you seem to catch on to them really easily, which is amazing.
So yeah, Lady Autumn kind of reflects on, there's a couple really deep chapters with her so far where she's like reflecting on like everything that she's kind of been forced to see when like she's just like if you take like I think it's like Xanax or Valium like before a flight and you just don't care about anything.
Yeah.
You're just
Yeah.
kind of like drowsy and like you don't really care. That's basically what he was giving her. So like even if he was like torturing Eris in front of her or whatever, she was just kind of like in that state of like seeing but not really
Whatever.
reacting.
Yes.
And so like she realized
Hold on,
that
honey.
was happening.
Yeah.
And she was very, very upset, but she is playing her own long game.
So you got to play the long game. That's what they all do, right?
Yeah. There's there's obviously like themes of sexual assault and all of that with her and Baron, because let's be real, she has 7 kids. Yeah, so there's that. And like Eris can't go to the Autumn Court at this point in the fic, so that's kind of the only way he can help her at the moment. And Lady Autumn actually doesn't know that he's helping because, again, that's another spoiler. I can't really tell you why. But yeah,
Why not
I'm
tell them?
kind of interweaving all these different threads. And so, like, all that's happening. And then, Baron and Tristan, who is going to be Eris's next brother, the second oldest,
Okay.
has kind of been promoted to the heir temporarily because Baron and Eris have a thing going on, angry sort of thing, spoiler. And so basically Tristan is going to find out that Eris has been doing this, and of course he's his daddy's little spy. And so Baron basically is going to tell Tristan to try to kill Nuon
Oh
as
God.
revenge for that. And that hasn't happened yet, but I have that going on.
Oh
I have
wow.
the Koshi and the Queens thing going on, and I have the Spring Court Ninsar ball going on, and Tamlin and Briar together and all of that, and Briar preparing to go to the Night Court for her time at the Night Court that she had promised, and Tamlin freaking the fuck out after his confrontation with Feyre, where Feyre, as classic Feyre, was like, well, maybe I'll convince her not to be with you, and like, just being a bitch, and so like triggering
Awful.
him. And so like all this shit is going on, and it's all just gonna interweave, and I'm kind of excited about it.
I love it.
I
I
have
love
like
it.
20 something chapters left of this fic, and then I was going to do, which before Crescent City 3 came out, I'm so mad, but I was going to do a spin-off of like the Lost Dust Court. Like that was my plan
Yeah.
the whole
Yeah.
time before I knew that
Yeah.
Crescent City 3 was going to be about that. So I don't know whether I should still do it or not, or I could
You
just
could,
make this a
yeah.
very long fic over 100 chapters.
I would maybe,
I don't know.
I would do that. I don't know. It's hard to say because it's like, yeah, we got CC
Yeah, we got season
3
3.
and
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know.
There's that. I don't know. Because it was the premise of the fic was that I wasn't going to insert CC3, so it was a ACOTAR continuation, like without a crossover, without any of
Yeah.
that stuff happening.
You should keep it without 63 because that's kind of nice. Like it's so you get people get an option
Yeah.
of like
So like
whether or
I
not
could
it
still
happens.
do like the Dust Court coming back like in my own way, but like I don't know if like people would be like, oh well, we already know what happened.
Or you could do like the Dust Corp, but like Bryce stays. You know what I mean? Which is like what I think we should have gotten personally. But
Or I could be like, haha, I changed my mind and Cormac's coming.
you need to write the Cormac Nesta because you
that is
have
on
people in a tizzy about it.
the Cormac Nesta is on my list to write, and
You should write it quick because
Lorin,
people are gonna do it.
and I also have a Tamlin Lorin like I have the prequel that I'm writing, which is the prequel to
I
Akala,
love the
but
prequel. Yeah, come
I
here.
might do like a reverse prequel where what if she actually did survive? Like our theory. Because in the prequel now, like she does actually die because it's a prequel to Akala and everything. So I
Yes.
might do like, you know, a what if prequel and all this stuff. And I have the Leo the Lion guy fic to do still too.
Leia! I'm
I
like
have
waiting
all
for
these
that
things written down.
Oh, this whole list.
But
It's so frustrating.
I had this idea. So chapter 80 ended with they're at the Ninsar ball and Tamlin's kind of freaking out a little because he knows that that Briar has to go visit the night court, as I said. And so they have like a little bit of an argument because he's like, don't promise me anything. Like, people have promised me too much in the past or whatever. And she's like, I'm not everybody else. I'm your mate and stuff like this. So they have like a little bit of like a tiff, like in the middle of the fucking ball celebration.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
And
this is
then
Tamlin and Lorin or Briar?
Briar.
Okay.
And it's like, it's so tension filled though. So it's so weird because they're like fighting and then they're kissing and then they're like fighting and then they're kissing because he
I love
doesn't
it.
know how to feel because he like wants to push her away like he always does to everyone else. And she's like, I'm not letting you push me away. Stop pushing me away. And she's getting pissed at it.
Gentle.
He's getting pissed at it because he's like, well, I know Feyre and I know what she can do to people and all this stuff. And she's like, well, I'm your mate, so she can't take away our mate bond at the very least. And whatever. And she's like trying to make him feel better. And he's like, well, I have to do this stupid toast that I don't even want to do because I hate crowds and I didn't even want this stupid ball. And Lucian is like, you need to do the ball. Like, you need to keep up with all the stuff that everyone wants because now everyone's back in the court and they're looking to you as their high lord and you're healed and you need to do the celebration. And he's like, well, I've been around everyone all day from the reopening celebration and you know, now's the ball and then like next week is Cal and May and he's like just stressed out to the max and he's trying to push her away and she's like, I'm not letting you push me away. And it's so cute.
And you know, it's adorable. I like can't wait to read it when I finally catch up on everything, of course. But I wonder, like in the books too, how she's possibly gonna put Lucian back in. Like, I don't know if Lucian's gonna serve the same position he served before. What do you think? I don't know.
So he kind of is. So he's working for the night court, but he's also working for the spring court. And
Yeah.
Elaine currently in my fic knows about Helion and Lucian does not. So I wrote that he does not actually, he knows that something is weird with his powers. He knows something is going on, but he doesn't actually know that Helion's his father yet.
His dad.
And Elaine is the one that had that premonition while they were visiting the day court.
Oh no.
Yeah. And she's like, I can't really tell you. It's not really my business. And it's like, you know, all this stuff. But he is still like encouraging Tamlin and he takes Elaine to the Ninsar ball, so they're there. And it's like a really cool scene. I just liked how I wrote it. But I had this idea where I'm like, well, like, should they jump each other's bones before she goes
Jump.
off to the night court?
Yes. Make it. Yes, a resounding yes. Make it happen.
Because like they've had some very heated kissing sessions, but they haven't really like done anything yet.
Done anything besides that.
Because
Hey,
again,
gentle.
he is terrified because he's lost everyone that he's cared about. And he's like, you know, I don't trust easily. And he's, like I said, he's been trying to just push her away. And she's like, stop pushing me away, dude. And he's like, well, you know, I don't trust promises and I don't trust this and that and the next thing. And she's like, well, you're gonna have to because I'm your mate and I ain't going anywhere.
I love it.
Yeah, because he's like, I've lost everyone. I don't trust promises. And
Oh, I see.
yeah, and she's like, well, I'm your mate and I'm not going anywhere whether you want me to or not. But his whole thing is like she hasn't really chosen to stay in spring yet. She doesn't really know where she wants her like Fae life to be, like what to happen. And so that's where his anger stems from, because he's like, well, if you're my mate and you want to be my mate, like why wouldn't you stay in my court with me?
Right.
And it's just a whole thing where they're both confused and it's like, I don't like the miscommunication trope. And it's not really miscommunication. It's just like she knows that he's very hesitant and he knows that she's hesitant because she still like is adjusting to being Fae. And like she doesn't really know what power she has because her power is literally everything. Like her power is manifestation. So she can literally do anything she thinks of, which is like hard to train. And so, yeah, I might just have them be like, jump each other.
You should.
Or she has to leave. And because isn't that like the frenzy? Like, isn't that what drives them crazy? So that would be an awesome start to the chapter where I'm going to have him go absolutely fucking insane.
Bonkers. I love it. I'm
with
so
the
excited.
hallucinations and the grief and like I need him to hit rock bottom. Like, yeah, he's depressed. He's like suicidal.
He's already hit rock bottom.
But he really hasn't. Like, he really hasn't because he hasn't faced anything that he's feeling yet.
Yeah.
He has to face it.
Gentle.
And that's going to be a challenge of a chapter to write, but I'm kind of excited for it.
Oh my goodness. I'm like excited for you to write it. That's like very.
Because it's probably going to be a long chapter because it's going to flash between his hallucinations and what's happening in real life. And his hallucinations are going to be like everybody he's ever lost and everybody he's ever like gotten killed and like everybody that hates him and like all the, like he's going to kind of be like kind of like they're like witnessing what happened, but like kind of seeing it as not like a spirit form, but like, you know, like a witness to it in his hallucination.
Yep. Yes.
And it's just gonna be like, it's just gonna rip everyone's heart. So
you are the queen of writing just like sad stuff.
Because it's gonna be like the death of his mom and the death of his nanny and like everything that his dad did to people and the death of Lorin and Darcy and just all of this death and like Andress and Bryn and just everybody that he's lost that he had promised to protect. And he's just, and this is just on top of like how feral he's going because of the bond and like she's now in enemy territory. So then he's like, she doesn't want me either. And it's going to be one hell of a fucking chapter.
Oh, I am so excited for you to write it. I'm excited to eventually read it. Because it sounds amazing.
But like I said, I have to do this Illyrian Koshi chapter because it's been a few, and those are probably the hardest ones for me to write.
Really? Why?
Yeah. I don't know, like war and action scenes are not my thing. They're not
Yeah.
my strong suit. It's like
Yeah.
descriptions, like war scenes, action scenes. I am not that good at. I actually don't think I've ever actually written like a war scene.
Uh-huh.
So we'll see if I can kind of stay on par with what she wrote for the Hybern War, but I don't think so.
I think you could do it. I think you could do it. It'll be interesting to see how you write it because it seems like it's a hard thing to write,
Yeah.
right?
It'll be practice for my books.
Fated to Ride's gonna have amazing war scenes.
Yeah, I have like a big action scene that's gonna happen in Fated to Rise, and I'm like,
Nice.
I don't know
Great.
how to write these. at
That's
all.
perfect. That's like
So,
fantastic.
it'll be practice.